Hello.
Hello.
There we
Sorry,
go.
that's entirely my fault.
Oh no, don't worry. It's that button which you can't actually see.
Yeah.
Which doesn't
and
really
I don't know
help.
why it's moved.
Anyway. So yes, big shoes to fill today with Adrian Harms not here for the next couple of days. So apologies to Sussex supporters in advance. The team news is that, of course, due to well-publicised reasons, Sussex are not fielding the side that they, in the ideal world, would like to today. So no Pujara, no Carvelas, no Haynes, no Carson. So making his first Championship appearance since September 2021, Harrison Ward is playing today. Dan Ibrahim returns to the side. So does Sean Hunt. The big bit of good news for Sussex as far as the team news goes is that Ali Orr returns, which should hopefully be a big boost to a batting lineup, which is, of course, devoid of Cheteshwar Pujara. Tom Alsop captains the side in his absence. And as far as Sussex go, I'm sure they would have rather liked that coin to come down the other way, but they're going to have to bat first on this strip, which, well, perhaps it won't play quite as dodgily as it looks as if it might.
It looks scruffy, doesn't it? I think scruffy at best is how I would describe it. Derbyshire make one change from the side that Ed saw last week in Bristol against Gloucestershire. And that means that Zach Chappell, who's going to bowl the first over from the City end, is in place of Mark Watt. Our umpires are Paul Baldwin, who I believe officiated last week's game between Sussex and Leicestershire, and Neil Mallender. So I think that's just about it, and you're very welcome. It's nice to be talking out loud to somebody at long last after all this time. And Ali Orr will face the first delivery. That's going to be bowled by Zach Chappell with 3 slips in place, and the first one is just turned into the leg side. Good bounce, but not quite on target, and it's turned off his hips into the leg side and fielded by Pat Brown, who's making his home debut for Derbyshire, having made his Derbyshire debut last week down at Bristol. We look forward to seeing him bowl. Liz deploys in the slips, interestingly. He wouldn't ordinarily be there. At one without loss, Ali Orr picks up the first run, and they are up and running. Scoreboard's not quite clicked into place on our screen at the moment, but it is one without loss. And here is Zach Chappell in again. Bowls, this time it's left alone by Tom Clark, who is his fellow opener. The pitch is clearly used. You can see the footmarks of previous matches where the bowlers land and just slightly follow through. I ought to tell you as well, 104, oh dear, 104 overs today, because of course we've only lost 192 overs in the game so far, so we can have an extra 8. No extra ones tomorrow because it's the last day, as Chappell is in and bowls, and that one is left alone again by the left-handed Tom Clark. Both left-handed, of course, these two openers. And just to give you an idea of where we are, to the left-hander, with Zach Chappell bowling from the far end, the City end, we're at long leg in the commentary box today. The fielders, the field, 3 slips, Harry Kane, Wayne Madsen, Lears deploy, a gully, that's Matt Lamb, and as Dahl is at point, as Chappell is in again and bowls. That one is defended back up the pitch towards, it went towards Lewis Rees. I thought he was going to pick it up, but Pat Brown came in from mid-wicket, Lewis Rees at mid-on, and Alex Thompson at a wide mid-off, which means there must be a long leg, and there is, and it's Sam Connors, because he'll bowl the first over from the racecourse end, I imagine. But we will wait and see. A sparse crowd, I think it's fair to say, for the penultimate day's cricket on this ground for this year. As Chappell bowls, that's off an edge into the offside, not too far away from Anuj Dahl. It's going towards the boundary. Dahl will catch it up. The outfield will be a little slow, and they come through for 3. But a false shot from Tom Clark on that occasion. He's off the mark now. It's 4 without loss with 1 ball of the first over of the day's play left to be bowled. Remarkably, given what we've had over the past couple of days and before that as well. Blue sky up above, just some wispy clouds to the west. From where the weather normally comes, flags are fairly limp on the far side of the ground as Orr defends this one out into the offside. Final ball of the over, 4 off the first. Sussex are 4 without loss. But blue skies, we can clearly see planes taking off and landing at East Midlands Airport. Slightly heavier cloud to the east. But as I say, the weather generally comes from the west, but it doesn't appear to be moving very quickly. The forecast is for some rain later on. It is going to be Sam Connors to bowl the first over from the racecourse end. Which is good. "24 years of age, young Sam, as I call everybody these days. Understandably, you can get in touch in the usual way, fletchcricket@gmail.com, @FletchSport. I'm sure Ed will fill you in with his... I wouldn't send anything to the BBC Sussex email, though, because I'm fairly sure he doesn't have access to that. Apologies for that. As Connors is in around the wicket to bowl to Orr and Clark, rather, and it goes straight over Sam Connors' head. The ball just holding up perhaps a touch in the pitch there, and it looped over Connors' head and out towards Alex Thompson. Alicia's spoken to me. Oh, they've taken me off column 5. As in goes Connors again and bowls, and this time it's played into the ground by Clark to the onside, and there's no run. The wind, which was howling around this ground for days 1 and 2, while it was also raining, has pretty much disappeared as well now. But the outfield is still scarred by tyre marks of the tractor as Connors bowls, and that one's worked down towards long leg where Zach Chappell finds himself, picks up another single, does Clark to move on to 4. Sussex 5 without loss. It's difficult to see where this game is going to go. Lister Ploy has told me in the past that he would be willing to speak to the opposition skipper, in this case Tom Alsop, about sorting games out, fixing them, and not fixing them, that's the wrong word. You know, setting, that's the word I'm looking for, setting games up. But I know that Mickey Arthur's not a fan of that kind of thing for whatever reason. So we could just have 2 days of cricket as Connors bowls, and that one is defended again by Carter. Again, there is no run as it pushes out into the offside. Just going to check the weather forecast, actually. Ed's finally doing his 10:30, only a little late. At 3 o'clock, potential for some rain, but it looks fairly well set for the day. How much more rain this ground can take, I'm not entirely sure, as Connors is in and Carter turns that one into the leg side, down towards backward square leg. Zach Chappell comes around from long leg to do the fielding. And it was Ali Orr, wasn't it? Picks up a run. He moves on to 2-6 without loss in the second over. Congratulations to John Curtis, one of our colleagues in the media down at Worcestershire, who managed to get the words "Welder's flannel" into his match report from New Road yesterday. As Connors is in, that's defended by Clark. Straight into the ground, and the second over of the day has been completed. Just 102 to go. 6 without loss. Orr has 2. Clark has 4. A couple of false shots been played so far today. Zach Chappell removes his cap. Actually, it's his floppy sun hat. He leaves it on the boundary's edge to get ready to bowl the next over. I think there'll be a lot of showing the ball to the umpires. Paul Baldwin. No, Neil Malander is currently being shown the ball by Lewis Rees, because it will get damp quite quickly, I imagine. It wasn't a formal showing of the ball to the umpire, though. A bit early for that kind of nonsense. And Zach Chappell to continue from the City end. And bowling to Ali Orr, who has a proper go at that one. Front foot firmly forward, down on one knee, big drive. The only issue was he didn't hit it. It's a nice looking shot.
Yeah, well, I love watching Ali Orr bat, because he's just one of those players you just know something is going to happen basically every ball. He doesn't die wondering.
No.
And he's got every shot in the book and several out of it as well. If he bats for any length of time, then the scoreboard's going to be rattling along.
He won't if he bats like that last shot, though, as this next one is turned into the leg side. It was a little uppish, and there is a short leg, but he's not that short. Matt Lamb, I know what I've forgotten to do. I can rectify that now. I've not got my lead for my laptop, and if I don't have the lead, it'll run out of electricity.
Yeah, it is.
Quite quickly.
It is important.
But, excuse me. Just drop the plug. Yeah, I'll sort that out during the course of the
It's been a tidy start this morning.
It's been terrific. It's seamless. It's because we've had 2 days to think about it. Chappell in and bowls to Orr, who flashes this away. Backward of square on the offside, down towards the backward point boundary for the first boundary of the day. Anasdal didn't even give chase. That's how convinced he was that it was going to go all the way to the boundary, and it did.
Although it's only made it about a metre, 2 metres maximum beyond the boundary.
It's quite slow, isn't it?
Yeah, I noticed that shot which was punched away in the first over, which fell short of the boundary, seemed fairly well timed. So I don't think you're going to get maximum value for your shots this morning.
No. Yeah, Anasdal chased that one to the boundary earlier, but he's a good judge. Not wasting any energy. And Orr moves on to 6, and Sussex at 10 without loss.
You wouldn't want to expend too much energy after a hard first couple of days, would you?
No, absolutely. 2 days in the indoor school playing football. They couldn't even have an indoor net because the indoor school is currently being refurbished.
Right.
On a match day, of course.
Oh dear.
They're putting new nets up and such like. So, yeah. Here's Chappell bowling to Orr, who defends this one into the onside this time. In trots Pat Brown, but Chappell decides to do the fielding himself.
I'm sure there's probably enough room for them to have had some full-on indoor nets at the hotel in the city.
I don't know you're in the same hotel as them,
yeah, well, yeah, and I think it seems like one of those places where there's conference facilities as well. So you have a massive conference hall. I'm sure they could have set up some nets in there.
It was funny yesterday because all the Sussex players arrived just before the early lunch. As Chappell is in again, bowls to Orr, who leaves this one alone to go through to Brooke Guest. They all came off the coach, went into the changing rooms, and within 30 seconds they'd all come back out and were going across to the health, fitness and well-being place across the road, mainly because they do good coffee there, I think.
Ah, that's the important thing.
Unless they were going for a swim, but I somehow doubt it. I wasn't tempted myself to go for a swim. Here comes Chappell. Final ball of his second over, and it's driven a little uppishly out towards backward point. Anasdal puts the dive in, the ball gets to the rope, and Orr moves into double figures. He's on to 10. He was reaching for that one a little bit there. Clark has 4, and Sussex, after 3 overs, I beg your pardon, a 14 without loss.
Yeah, I'm sure Orr is particularly determined, having had a bit of a frustrating time of it recently. Had a knee injury which he sustained in May, and then just as he was coming back in August, he dislocated a finger whilst playing for Eastbourne before he could come back to Sussex's first team. So his first team appearance since May, and effectively you might if you were thinking about it from that point of view, you might, if you were him, think, well, I've got, well, realistically, probably 3 innings rather than 4. 3 innings and actually just go out there and see what you can do towards the end of the season. In comes Connors bowling to Clark, and that's let go through to the keeper. Or so far this year in the Championship, his highest score is 40.
You don't have a Sussex database as well, do you?
Well, I've got a list of batting averages, and because of the fact that, yes, all right, I do cover Gloucestershire, in case you don't know normally, but I have had the chance to watch quite a lot of Championship cricket played by other teams this season.
Lots of day 4s
because of day 3 finishes and also days 1, 2, 3 and 4 washouts. Connors in, and that's tickled fine. Nicely played by Tom Clark. Will get 4 for this. Much too fine for the fielder, who's very much more of a long leg than a fine leg, at least certainly far wider than that one. And that's Tom Clark on to 8, and Sussex have got off to a bright start, 18 without loss. But yeah, I'm trying to think actually. I don't think he got no runs against Gloucestershire. The 40 might even have been against them. I should probably have checked that before I started opening my mouth, but there we go.
No.
It's much more entertaining to open mouth first and think later, I always think.
Never check first.
But anyway, it's a prolific season last season.
Yeah, he scored a few against Derbyshire last year from memory.
Connors is in, rising delivery outside the off stump. Not a great deal of movement. It didn't look like from this angle. It goes through to the gloves of Brooke Guest.
I've already made the excuses that we're not at the best angle.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
That's all right.
I got those in nice and early.
Well, I'll be doing that at least 10 more times before.
I'll remind everybody.
Before the end of the first hour.
Not ideal.
But anyway, yes, a prolific season last season for Orr, and I guess it was going to be tough to replicate the sort of feats that he pulled off last year. Highest List A score in Sussex's history, double century. That's kept a bit low that time after the last ball, which took off. I mean, this is what you would expect to see, really, given the fact that the pitch has been undercover. There's a lot of moisture. There are these kind of lines of light green and then what look like trenches of darker stuff, but
brown.
I don't know whether it actually means anything at all. But that one did stay down a bit, and Clark, after having jabbed and missed at it, and then the ball skipping through to the keeper, just had an accusing glance down at the surface. Connors is in round the wicket, bowls and beats Clark. That was a good ball. And Clark doesn't really quite know whether he's expecting one that stays down now or one that just carries through a bit. So even if there's not a great deal of sideways movement, there's potentially a bit of up and down. I mean, it's don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining here, because I know what you'll do if I start this sentence off. It's not the warmest.
I can put the heating on if
less like, no, it's fine in here. Connors is in bowls, it's jammed down to backward point off the back foot by Clark, and that's the end of the 4th over, 18 without loss.
You're in the north now.
What it does mean is that the ball's probably less likely to swing, because it doesn't swing so much when it's colder. And it's one of the things you kind of think of April and September, but if it's cooler in April and September, it actually doesn't move so much. Anyway.
Do you remember how hot it was last week?
What was last week?
Ridiculously hot.
What happened last week?
I was in Bristol. That was only last week.
Oh, yeah, so it was. It feels about last year.
It does, doesn't it? But it was ridiculously hot.
Yeah.
And today, it's not ridiculously cold, but it's autumnal. Zach Chappell begins a new over from the city end, and Alior leaves alone rather extravagantly outside the off stump.
I think it's supposed to warm up again a little bit.
Next
few
week.
Days. I was thinking it's going to be quite nice on my trip down to the south coast, covering Sussex 2 weeks in a row. What a treat.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're in Cardiff next week. The forecast. It's a long-range forecast, though, so I'm always slightly sceptical. It's good, though, as Orr waits for the next Chappell delivery, and he has a go at that one, and he's caught behind. That was another one of those shots where he plays the ball a long way from his body, didn't have to go for it, could have left it like he did with the previous delivery, and Brooke Guest takes a slightly tumbling catch away to his left-hand side, and Derbyshire have the breakthrough. Zach Chappell has picked up his first wicket and Derbyshire's first wicket of the match, and Sussex are 18 for 1, but that wasn't great from Ali Orr, I'm afraid.
No, I mean, it's just a kind of a drive which is all hands and not a great deal of foot moves, and as you say, just trying to force the ball away from his body. The weight's not really on the front foot. You can see from the replays, it's not really planted the front foot and then got the full-blooded drive in. So the weight being back just means that you're far more likely not to have control of this shot, and that's a big early loss for Sussex because he played a couple of nice-looking shots as well as that play and a miss, and with no Haynes, no Bajara in that top order, they would have been hoping for Orr to come back in and score a bundle of runs, but not to be. And now the responsibility falls on Tom Alsop, who is captaining Sussex in the absence of Cheteshwar Pujara. And as far as this season goes, out comes the man who's got a couple of tons and is the leading run scorer for Sussex in the Championship. 700, pardon me, not the leading run scorer, I shouldn't say that. 722 runs, 2 tons, 350s, including a massive 182 not out. So, yes, plenty of responsibility on him. 18 for 1.
Chappell is in and bowls to Alsop. Foolish length delivery, pushed out into the offside where it's fielded by Anuj Dal. Still got those 3 slips and a gully. Matt Lamb wearing his hat very firmly at the top of his head, as he tends to with floppy sun hats and caps. Sort of perch on his head, rather bizarrely. When he wears the T20 cap, he looks like Casey Jones, and he's about to take the latest steam train out of the station. Sorry, that's a reference that's way before your time.
You can picture that hat at least.
Here is Chappell again, left alone by Alsop. I have to tailor my analogies for the age of my co-commentator.
Fred Dibner. That sort of.
Yeah, a little bit,
like
yeah. I've always got an issue with Fred Dibner. He's from my neck of the woods, isn't he? Climbing up chimneys and knocking them down. Used to be all sorts of landmarks in Bolton, but he reduced most of them to rubble, I think. Fred. Chappell around the wicket, penultimate ball of his over, and has absolutely no idea where that ball is. Also, he defended it, then looked a bit up in the air as though he was expecting it to be bouncing above his head, but it dribbled into the onside. He didn't really know where that was, did he?
No, and if he had, he might actually have managed to get off the mark to it, because I think Clark was quite keen on a single, but it's one of those where if you're the striker, you can't help but try and work out where the ball's gone rather than look at your partner, because you're trying to make sure that you don't get bowled.
I can't imagine there's anything much worse than the ball dribbling back onto the stumps at a very, very low pace and dislodging a bail. Chappell's final ball of the over. It's dabbed into the offside, and unsurprisingly, Matt Lamb fields and loses his hat because it's just perched on top of his head. 18 for 1 after 5 overs, then a successful over there for Zach Chappell, a wicket maiden as well. Ali Orr, the man out for 10. Alsop yet to get off the mark, and Clark has 5.
Yep, so a new look Sussex side today with...
For one reason or another.
Yes. Well, I suppose it's sort of tied into the same reason.
Yes, pretty much.
But just different incidents within the same game. So Coles, Ibrahim, Ward, Carter, Hudson, Prentice. There is still plenty of batting there. As Connors is in, it's turned into the onside by Clark towards mid-wicket.
Hudson Prentice is a very good 8.
Well, yeah. Well,
if that's where he comes in.
Sussex's leading run scorer this season. He's not got a ton, but he's got 8 half-centuries. And looking at it, it seems as though an awful lot of those half-centuries have come in the sort of situation that you, of course, if you're Sussex, you hope that you don't end up in this position, but they've ended up in a position where they've been, 5 or 6 down, and they've needed some runs from Hudson Prentice in the first innings in particular. This is a full delivery. It's nicely timed by Clark with an on push up to mid-on. He's not going to get a run for it, though. So he's tended to score his runs in those sorts of situations, whereas Ollie Carter has been the man for the second innings. He's got 7 half-centuries, and not a ton, but at the same time, what you don't see from the numbers is just how many of those runs have come in really important situations, either batting out for the draw or seeing Sussex home. So they've had men for either innings in that lower order. Another lifting delivery from Connors is sent down, and Clark carefully lifts the bat in his hands out of the way of the ball. Yeah, Tom Clark is another one of the sort of several 50s, but no hundreds brigade, with Haynes also having made 5 half-century scores. We had quite a prolonged period towards the start of the season, Tom Clark, where he couldn't buy a run, but seems to have got through that. Connors is in, it's down the leg side, pulled away to the right-hand side of long leg this time, and that's going to go for 4. Just swiveled on it, a little short arm help round the corner from Clark. Not a great delivery from Connors. And Clark moves into double figures, onto 12, Sussex 22 for 1.
Hudson Prentice got a half-century on his debut for Derbyshire when he batted. That half-century being a 99. Pulled the ball to mid-wicket and got out. And then he took a wicket with his first delivery when he came on to bowl as well. I mean, he was... Well, he's a good player, isn't he? But he was an absolute breath of fresh air at Derbyshire at the time.
Connors bowls. Good leave from Clark. Maybe a bit of movement away from the left-hander. It certainly wasn't left on length, that's for sure. But
I don't think you can
leave it on. No, you can't. Not after seeing what we've seen in the first couple of overs. From Connors in particular, maybe a little bit more slightly uneven bounce from Connors than from Chappell so far.
Yeah.
So maybe there's just a little patch that Connors can hit. And having chastised Connors for the bad delivery early on in the over, you'd imagine the landing areas might not be particularly easy today. That's another one which has taken off. And you can certainly leave that one on length. And it was, again, well left by Clark. You're going to have to do that up front. 6 overs gone, Sussex 22 for 1. I always think of Alex Tudor with the 99. Because he was 99 not out in a test match against New Zealand. I think it was 1999.
Did he not have a proper batsman at the other end there?
Yeah, well, he was a night watchman, and you sort of thought, well, I didn't because I was not very old, but I'm sure everybody thought at the time he's not going to get a chance to score another one of these, is he? Ended up stranded with England winning the game, I think.
22 for 1, Allsop on strike, bowled first ball of a new over from Zach Chappell. Is left alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. Although, having said that, you could sort of make a deal of it if you perhaps do after dinner speaking or appear on the radio. It's the man who got 99. Yeah.
Well, he does appear on the box now, does Alex Tudor. So, yes.
You sort of more remembered if he'd have got 100. Everyone, he's got a century there. Yeah. Or not out. Was he not out, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Not out for 99. That's awkward. Chappell bowls. Oh, and he troubles Allsop there with one that bounces. It hits him in the midriff. He's all out of shape by the time the ball hits him. That was a good delivery from Chappell, who has been good this season. They've kept him on the pitch. It was interesting when I spoke to him before, when he signed, so before he played for Derbyshire, and even before I'd brought up his injury record, which you're almost duty-bound to do, I'm afraid, with Zach Chappell. He said, I've not been able to get on the pitch enough. And he's got on the pitch a fair amount this season. This is his 9th game, as this next delivery is pushed by Allsop up to the straight mid-off area. There isn't anybody there, because Alex Thompson is a little bit wider than that. And he picks up a single. And he is indeed off the mark, 23 for 1. So Chappell's picked up 18 first-class wickets at 42, which is a little expensive, in fairness. And he also got 6 for in his first match for Derbyshire. So when I say he's done well, he's perhaps struggled to pick up the wickets, but he always seems to be bowling well. 1 for 13 from 3.5 overs so far today. This next delivery is pushed by Clark out to Thompson this time. It's more of an extra cover than a mid-off. And there's no run. The leading wicket taker is the man who's just signed a new 2-year contract, Alex Thompson. How much he'll get it to turn on? Well, you never know, really, do you? It looks like the kind of pitch that should take a bit of spin, but it's not really going to be a day 3 and a day 4 pitch for him. Chappell bowls. That's left alone by Clark, and one of those good leaves. Not too far away from his off stump, and certainly wouldn't have gone over the top of it.
Well, Sussex have left their young spinner Bertie Foreman out, so I don't think they really expected. So they've got James Coles as a spin option if it were unexpectedly to rag, but
I know, but there's barely time for spinners to have a major effect. As the final ball of the 7th over is driven very pleasantly and nicely stopped. Clark with the shot, and Thompson with the dive to his left-hand side to prevent the ball from going up towards the members' pavilion at the far end of the ground. 23 for 1 after 7, so we're already behind the over rate.
Start as we mean to go on.
They should have bowled 8 by now, because we're just reaching 11 o'clock, so we've had half an hour, and they've managed to bowl 7, and we still have 97 to go.
Brad Curry, the other man from the 13 missing out from the Sussex squad. So no 3 left-arm seamers, which you could have had with Hunt, Unadkat and Curry. So the bowling will consist of Hunt, Unadkat, Crocombe, Hudson Prentice, and then I guess a bit of Ibrahim, Coles, etc. Connors is into Allsop, and that's a leave outside the off stump. We're certainly not short of bowling options, even without the likes of Haynes in the top order to be that extra seam option. Ibrahim can come in and be a 5th seamer if you need one. But given that this is only a 2-day game, we're less likely to need a 5th seamer.
They're not going to be overworked, are they?
No.
No, they're not.
And given that this is the last push for Sussex, then even more so. Empty the tank. 3 slips in a gully. Connors is in to bowl down the leg side, and it's tickled round the corner, I think, off bat. Indeed it was. Nicely played by Allsop. Another very fine glance, even finer than the one that Clark played not so long ago. 27 for 1 as Allsop picks up his first boundary.
I've just turned it. I've got the news in my ears, and I'll dash away technically wise in a moment. I'm just waiting to see how long it is before they panic in the... it won't be long now. I'm going to go.
I was quite looking forward to seeing you dash, actually, but...
No, there's no dashing.
Unfortunately, the dash consists of turning one button off and turning another one on.
Sometimes your hand can get a bit tired by the end of the day.
Less said about that, the better. In comes Connors and bowls. It's full, it's nicked and gone. He's got him. Connors has his man, Allsop. The second to go on the drive. It was full. It was certainly inviting the shot, but it's a fairly thick outside edge from Allsop and a pretty comfortable catch behind the stumps for Brooke Guest. And so Sussex have lost a second wicket, and Clark has been fairly studious in his 12, but the 2 wickets that have fallen of Allsop and of Orr down to, I'm afraid, mostly Batterera. It was a nice piece of bowling from Con as he pitched it up. He tempted Allsop into the drive, but again, it's a shot which has been played with the bat quite a way away from the body. He's got his head over the ball, but even so, the foot's not really particularly close to it, so always felt as if it was going to be a tricky, particularly first hour, but potentially longer than that on a pitch which has been undercover for so long. But I don't think Sussex have exactly helped themselves here with the 2 dismissals. So it brings out James Coles to the middle, another one of this highly promising crop of Sussex young batters, although, as I heard earlier on this season when Sussex visited Bristol, they're not keen anymore for that to be used as any sort of an excuse or mitigation. The future is now, or some such neat little term. So Coles, then, who his highest score this season of 180 came in the reverse fixture down at Hove, that extraordinary finish, which I heard yourself and Adrian Harms describing after, I can't remember whether it was a loss or a rain out now, but I was watching it.
It was some game.
Yeah.
Haider Ali and Leas Deploy dispatching the bowling to all parts. They needed 250 in the final session of the game and only shut up shop with 2 overs to go.
Here's Connor's first right hand. Oh dear, he's fallen over. And thankfully, he's straight back up again. But that is the first time that we've seen Connors, I think, bowling over the wicket. And he's not going to feel great running in next time. Straight down. I don't know whether it was one of those where sometimes you see some bowlers, I don't know how they do this, but they kind of land almost on the side and then go over.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether it was that or whether it was just a genuine slip. But that's exactly the kind of reason why umpires are usually really hesitant.
Well, the good thing there is Lewis Rees has got plenty of experience and he's held on to the ball for a while just so that Connors can recompose himself.
It's going to feel really tentative running in here now. And oh, he's almost got a wicket as Coles was nearly the 3rd Sussex batter to go flashing outside the off stump. But this time, fortunately, for Coles' point of view, he's not got the edge to it.
Yeah, you see fielders slipping around. You sometimes see batsmen slip, don't you, on the pitch next to the one they're playing on because it's got a bit of grass on it.
Yeah.
It never, ever looks as bad as a bowler going down in his delivery stride.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's alarming, isn't it? Because you get used to the rhythms of the game, and when that happens, it's jarring. Coles will clip this one away to get off the mark down to, what are we going to call that? It's a fine long leg.
Lovely.
28 for 2 with Coles off the mark.
We did have this discussion last week. And when does one morph into the other? When does the fine leg become the long leg?
It is awkward, isn't it?
Yeah. You know where we mean though.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I should see if I can get a replay on it. It's somebody like Mark Wood often does that. Wood can slip in,
quite often he'll
at the
fall
whacker
over.
or somewhere.
It's not as bad when the bowler falls after he's delivered the ball.
What on earth is going on next door? Here's Connors bowling to Clark. It's another one of those tight leaves outside the off stump, and that completes the 8th over of Sussex's innings. 28 for 2. They put the blind down.
Well, no, the blind was already down.
Oh, they tried to get it up.
They closed the window, so they had to lift the blind up, and then anyway, I think they're sorted now. Next door, who can tell? Who could tell? I must thank Jane for the magnificent creation she brought in this morning. That's 2 days of cakes we've had. Day one, and especially for you, Ed, as we discussed last week.
This was your great
because it's your first day today. We said, well, we need a cake for Ed's first day as well, and we got one. So thank you to Jane. As ever, I don't think I've ever eaten anything quite as rich as that in my entire life. It's the first time I'm not going to say it could have done with a bit of custard. Although...
the toffee sauce.
Coles on striker, Zach Chappell begins a new over, and it's left alone to go through to Brookest, who's... I would imagine keen to keep taking catches and certainly getting dismissals. He hasn't had a stumping this season. But Wayne Madson's got 31 catches, and I believe that Brooke Guest is now up to 32. Well, the wicketkeeper doesn't want to be behind a fielder generally.
It's tricky though, isn't it? Because you can't exactly go diving in front of second slip as a keeper.
No.
You can deny first slip a catch that way.
Yeah, Chapel bowls to Coles. It's turned into the onside no run.
I've still loved it. I've not got that mental image out of my mind now, and I don't think I'll be able to, of Guest launching himself to his right one-handed, and he doesn't even try to catch it. All he does is just bat the ball down into the ground. You're not having that. Oh dear.
Yes. Well, Wayne Madson's only in the last couple of seasons moved to second slip rather than first, and he's still catching flies out there. Remarkable. 39 years of age. I know I shouldn't go on about his age, but as Coles leaves the next delivery from Chapel alone outside the off stump. But he is a remarkable human being. Came on breakfast with us 2 days ago, which was supposed to be the first day of the game, so breakfast came live from, bits of it came live from just over by the
What time was that then?
8:15 he was on.
Oh, okay, so late breakfast then.
8:45, yes. 8:45 we had Sam Connors on. He revealed that the worst text of the day is the one that the players received to say, "Can you go and speak to Fletch tonight, please?" Which is good of him. As Chapel is in, Coles takes a little step forward and then defends it up towards Lewis Rees at mid-on.
Absolutely marvellous sheen on that scalp this morning is Zach Chapel. It's radiating.
I'm glad you mentioned. I'm glad you
black body radiation spectrum of Zach Chapel's head.
Yeah, he's got that bustling walk as well on his way back to his mark. Everything about him says quick bowler. Picked up a wicket already, 1 for 13. Penultimate ball of his 5th over, and Coles a little bit uppish with the drive there, out towards the long off boundary. I'm not sure it's going to have the legs to get all the way.
It's going to stop dead.
Yes, it's going to stop about 5 yards inside the rope. It's fielded by Alex Thompson with a good throw from that distance, all the way back to the near end into the hands of Brooke Guest, and Coles picks up a couple, 30 for 2. Coles moves on to 3.
It must be one of the worst things as a batter. I wouldn't know because I don't think I've ever hit the ball hard enough. But I mean, of course, that one wasn't middled. But to see a ball stop dead before the boundary, you must feel as though you're about 11 again, trying to play against older age groups. Can't get the ball off the square.
Chapel's final ball of the over, left alone by Coles outside the off stump. 30 for 2 after 9. Coles has 3. Clark has 12. You probably have to bulk up a bit, Ed. I don't know. It's just a thought.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you do see some quite slightly built cricketers, but they tend to be about 19, and unfortunately, I'm not 19 anymore.
I don't think
not quite.
I don't think I've seen a cricketer as slight as you, in fairness.
No, probably not. Well, not nowadays, especially because they've got to be hitting the gym and pumping those weights.
We are 2 ends of the weight spectrum here in the commentary box.
Yeah, we'll put it this way: I won't be exceeding any weight limits for a roller coaster or anything like that. You won't have to worry if I'm on your roller coaster. As Connors bowls to Clark, he comes forward and defends up to mid-off. Not that you'd get me on one of those anyway.
Do they have weight limits now? There were height limits.
I think, do they not? I suppose they have height limits, yeah. I was thinking they had weight limits as well. But
wow. I mean, I can't go on roller coasters.
Well,
anymore.
no, I'm sure that's not the case. But
I'm not too fussed.
No.
If I'm honest.
No, me neither. You're not going to get me on one of those at the best of times. Long shadows. 11 minutes past 11.
Oh, it's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is, and actually, I had somebody saying this the other day. I never have one of my own original thoughts. Connors bowls full on the pads, and it's clipped away by Clark. Through wide mid-on. Sweetly timed shot, but with the conditions as they are, it's not going to get to the boundary, and Coles sends Clark back, hoping for a 3rd run, and Clark holds up his hand to say, yeah, good call. So he'll settle for 2, 32 for 2 into the 10th over. But you get to September, and I'm not saying you, I'm thinking possibly the average cricket fan here. You sort of think, oh no, the season's ending.
No, I do as well.
Any more cricket until April. And then you get a day like, say, yesterday or the day before. You think, oh, gosh, it can't come soon enough. Connors is into bowl, and Clark has let that one go as well.
Why are we playing in
Well,
September?
you just kind of think, oh, this is not cricket weather anymore. Okay, this is the English weather trying to tell you something here. It is time for the season to end.
Well, they're playing a Masters tournament just down the road in Leicester, which doesn't finish until October, and they're playing night matches as well. Can you imagine how...
Masters tournament,
yeah.
so...
Imagine how unpleasant that would be.
Wow.
I don't fancy that, if I'm honest.
No.
I like Grace Road, but not in October.
Connors in round the wicket to Clark, and comes back towards his off stump with the kind of delivery that Connors is looking for, because Clark, unlike it has to be said, his other colleagues that have come out so far, is looking not to play at anything that he really feels he doesn't have to. But as a consequence, Connors is probably thinking, if I can just start one on about 4th, 5th stump and get it to clip the top of off, I might be in business. He wasn't far off there, but again, Clark able to let a ball go that didn't hit his stumps. Connors runs in again and bowls, and that's a ball which Clark's tried to force away through the offside, but it's cramped him up for room. And the ball goes basically nowhere. I'm really pleased to see, this is one of the highlights of the trip here earlier this season, was this hideous, sickly green sawdust.
Yeah,
it's magnificent.
Yeah, I've still got it.
It because of the amount of water we'd had earlier this season, it did seem a little bit like a marsh anyway, but the green stuff just makes it seem even more so. No ball called, and Clark doesn't play a shot at it. He's probably wishing that he could have had a big swipe at it, but you don't really get much time to adjust with Connors bowling. So it's 2 runs to the total. Sussex will take him any way they can get him. They're up to 34 for 2.
Some of that green sawdust was put down on the footmarks of the pitch to the right as we look at the one that we're playing on, and it soon goes a very pale green. But
Connors bowls full and straight. Clark covers up, and the ball goes up to Thompson at mid-off, and that's the end of Connors' 5th over. 1 for 19 for him. 10 gone. And Sussex remain 34 for 2, having lost Allsop flashing outside the off stump for 5, and Orr flashing outside the off stump for 10, both caught behind.
yeah, 2 relatively ordinary shots, I think it's fair to say. Thanks to Random Female for her tweet, one for the teenagers with the Casey Jones reference, a picture of Alan Hale, who played Casey Jones in the television series. And on a slightly more serious note, Richard Dawson has been in touch. I'll get to your tweet in a moment, Richard. Zach Chappell begins a new over from the City end, bowling to Coles, who goes on the back foot and forces it to Anuj Dal. At point, he said, back in 1975, teams will find £1,000 split 50-50 between the players and the club if they didn't average 19 overs and 5 balls per hour. It could be 19 and a half, either way. The champions that season won £3,000. So in today's money, the winners would be taking home £500,000 and they would be fined £166,000. Remarkable, as this one is left alone outside the off stump by Coles. He said it might speed things up a little.
No, small change that.
They've tried all sorts, haven't they? They have, and it's just gone down and down and down, and it's almost to the point where it's ridiculous. They say the close of play is 5:30. Well, today it isn't because we've got an extra 8 over, so the close of play officially is 6 o'clock if it's still light enough. But if they've bowled 104 overs by 6 o'clock, I will eat this computer. As Chappell is in and bowls to Coles, who turns that nicely out to the square leg boundary. It's been chased down by Pat Brown. The ball is going to stop again, and Brown just puts his left hand on it and allows Connors to pick up. They've come back for 2 runs, and that's all they'll get. So again, no value for James Coles.
If that
was a pleasant enough shot.
Forget your fines, forget your points deductions. Dave Fletcher eating a computer is all the motivation anybody should need to keep the overrate. I think we just need to go and inform them of that at lunch.
Just to slow it down.
Derbyshire bowling as well, so they'll be even more inclined.
They don't hate me that much, as this one is driven by Coles up to mid-on. Well, it's fielded by Lewis Rees. Reenan's been in touch from South Africa as well, trying to change the subject. He said, effectively a two-day game. Now, Reenan is a two-day game. Here's hoping for some sporting declarations and positive batting by both sides. Yeah, good luck with that.
Well, we've had positive batting. Unfortunately, so far it's resulted in Sussex losing 2 wickets,
Yes,
which tends to be the issue with positive batting when the pitch has been undercover for 2 days.
Well, more, because it was put under cover on Sunday evening after the National T20 finals were held here as Chapel bowls Coles leaves alone outside the off stump and hadn't been out since. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Sunday night as well. So sort of 3.5 days under cover, which is a lot. By then, its very nature, because the weather's been unpleasant. At least it wasn't hot and it won't have sweated enormously, but there will have been a bit. It was warmish yesterday and the day before. I think it was warmer than it is today. All that cloud cover keeping the September heat in Derby. Chapel, final ball of the 11th over. Bowls to Coles, who defends it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Alex Thompson. And that's the end of 11. 36 for 3. Coles has 5. Clark has 14. Men out, Orr for 10. Allsop for 5. We're going to see the first change in bowling of the day because Pat Brown's coming on. We've also got a substitute fielder who looks very much like Nick Potts. Mitch Wagstaff, the other person who was left out of the 13-man squad announced by Derbyshire sometime in the past week. So the first time as a Derbyshire bowler at the county ground in Derby, Pat Brown. There we go. He's only 25. I find that remarkable.
Yeah.
He seems to have been around forever.
He has been around for a long time, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He was very, very young when he made his England debut. What would that have been? Off the top of my head, I'm trying to think what year. It was a tour of New Zealand, that I'm remembering.
I'm sure he'd enjoy having 5 not out as his career best batting, but there we go.
Something like 2019 even. Yes, it was 2019. Here comes Brown then, bowling to the left-handed Clark, and that's played up the pitch solidly enough in defence. Yeah, 2019, he played in 4 T20 internationals. Gosh, that was a quick succession. I just looked to see November the 1st and November the 8th. Rattled those off.
No wonder he got hurt.
I think one of those, he says, and I promise you I haven't looked at the scorecard for this yet. Brown bowls short and down the leg side. It's swiveled on by Clark and helped down towards the long leg. So I could well be wrong. 37 for 2. I think one of those games might have been the one where right after England won the World Cup on whatever it was, boundary count in 2019, they then had another super over in an England-New Zealand series pretty much right after it. And I'm trying to remember which. I had a feeling it was the... No, it wasn't. You see, that's them wrong on that. I thought it was the game at Napier, but it wasn't. Here comes Brown and bowls. Coles taking a step down the pitch there as he looks to clip the ball away fine on the leg side, and he was almost in danger as the ball was actually, it was an away swinger, but it started outside his leg stump. It looked from this angle as if it was in danger of swinging back onto his leg stump for a moment there, but ends up going nowhere. So I might have totally made that up, but, well, I don't think I've totally made it up, but it might not have been one of those games.
Go on, Ed. Sort yourself out.
There we go. No, it wasn't. Must have been, maybe it was one of the ODIs. Brown bowls, beats Coles outside the off stump, and that time, couldn't really say Coles did a huge amount wrong. Played what was a very correct-looking back foot defence, but just not on the same line that the ball happened to be on. No, I'm just, this has really bugged me now.
It's irritating.
Well, I'm going to have to look at
every single one day
to look at the
T20
entire
international that's
tour
ever
now.
been played.
I promise if I just type in 2019 England, New Zealand, I know what I'm going to get. The barest of margins. As this is tickled by Coles down towards the slip cord, and they can't get it past the fielder there, Matt Lamb. So he won't pick up some bonus runs down towards the third man area. 37 for 2. Anyway, it was that tour, so at least I wasn't a million miles off on that part.
Are you sure?
I'm going to have to find that. Yes, I'm going to have to find the game now. Here comes the final ball of Brown's first over. It's down the leg side, and Coles is a fair way away from helping that one on its way. 37 for 2. Here we go. I knew it was a T20. Yeah. So there were 5 games in the series, and that must have been the one game that Brown didn't play. Was the Super Over game.
Right.
England won the Super Over by 9 runs. It was Eden Park, was it? There we go. Never mind. Just been banging on about a T20 series in 2019 whilst we've got cricket going on out here. But anyway,
double
happy memories of Super Over wins for England over New Zealand.
Yes.
I'm sure everybody thinks of Eden Park rather than Lords when it comes to that.
Yeah, I'd have thought so. Anuj Dal, whose career best figures of 6 for 69 were achieved last week. Having picked up a fifer at New Road as well this season. He's got a century there. Just finding some form, having had a bit of an injury earlier on in the season, which is perhaps why he hasn't managed quite to replicate his form of last season, although there are many players who haven't, certainly with the bat, managed to replicate last season's form, largely because this summer hasn't been, well, it's been all right. It hasn't been quite as batsman friendly as last summer's was. And he's bowling to Clark to begin with, around the wicket. Clark defends it up to mid-off. And there is no run. He's had a pretty good season nonetheless. As Anuj Dal is averaging 27 with the bat, high score of 141. And 33 with the ball, but 20 wickets. But again, similar to Zach Chappell, this is only his 9th game of the season. Not many of them have got into double figures, to be fair. In terms of matches as Dal bowls, that's left alone by Clark to go through to Brooke Guest once again. Elias Deploy and Brooke Guest, it would appear from here, the only players to be ever present in this Derbyshire side. Wayne Madsen missed a game because he was away with Italy in the T20 World Cup qualifiers.
Yes, actually, Brad Curry of Sussex was playing in those as well.
Oh, right.
Took a 5-for against Ireland. No cheapie.
Next delivery from Dal is pushed into the offside by Clark.
As you can tell, I've done far more preparation about the players that aren't playing than the ones that are.
Well, that's understandable. And I, of course, have done no preparation at all. I'm just waiting for the call for the 25 past update, which is always a tricky one because halfway through my update, which is quite a lengthy one at 25 past, you disappear. So I have to do some very clever switching around to make sure that people online can hear me, if indeed they want to. Or I could just leave it blank, but that seems slightly bizarre. I don't really know what to do. Fourth delivery of Dal's over is defended by Clark, high up on his toes. Dal doesn't actually field in his follow-through, which is unusual for him. 37 for 2. Alicia is typing A up. They're going to Jack first. So that's interesting, I'm told. Getting excited about the new single from Take That, which nobody's heard yet, but apparently it's out there somewhere. Be very afraid, as that one is left alone by Clark to go through to Guest. Good grief. I think that is the kind of thing that local radio gets excited about.
Okay.
Take That singles. Might be after past. Absolutely fine, Alicia. Absolutely fine. If you're listening. Which she probably isn't. If she's got any sense.
Whilst presenting? Or?
No. She's behind the glass. 37 for 2. Dal bowls the final ball of his over, and I'm not sure what Clark was trying to do with that one. I'm not entirely sure he meant to play it into the ground to Nick Potts at backward point, but that's what he did. And the over comes to an end at 37 for 2. It was a maiden over from Anuj Dal. Coles has 5, Clark has 15.
I'm not going to get through this over, am I?
No, I don't think so.
He's not the quickest, is Brown, through his overs, which is understandable given the fact that he's not played a huge amount of red. Well, I mean, it's just some people would say it's not understandable under any circumstances, but he's not played a huge amount of red ball cricket, and he is trying to bowl quicker than average. So
what was it? So last week was his first game since 2017. We decided, didn't we?
Yes,
well,
I think
I
it
looked
was.
it up.
I think you looked it up. I can't remember, to be honest.
No, I can't either.
Top of my head. Here comes Brown bowling to Coles, who's tried to defend, and the ball is maybe squidged between bat and pad and down into the ground. It was a ball which seemed to give him the hurry up. I thought they were going to have a fielder back at deep square, but decided in the end to have Chappell up at mid-wicket. Just the 3 slips rather than the 3 slips in a gully. Brown charges in and bowls full to Coles, who just pushes this up to mid-on. Strokes it, really. It wasn't a full-blooded on drive. And at the moment, he says, well aware that he'll get blamed for a loose shot if it comes in the next couple of deliveries. But these two do seem to have decided, after one flash and a miss from Coles, that actually, hang on, we've got to dig in here.
It did go through my mind in the previous over, actually, that they're not taking any risks at the moment, are they?
Brown in bowls, head over the ball, and Coles plays in quiet defence towards backward point, not really knowing the rhythms of the radio station I'm about to update into. I probably better disappear.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Ed will be back later, mainly because he has to return. And Derbyshire will be relatively pleased with that first half hour. Nothing in the second half hour, so Sussex just starting to build slowly. 37 for 2. As Brown is into bowl to Coles, who whips that one off his legs under the stumps, down towards long leg, where it's fielded by Alex Thompson, who's down there. And I'm going to follow Miley Cyrus. Thank you. And she hasn't even started singing yet. 38 for 2 now. The big scoreboard's broken down. Here comes Brown. In and bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Clark for a couple of runs this time. Fielded by Sam Connors out there. Score moves up to 40. 40 for 2. But the big scoreboard has stopped. Although the old scoreboard is still going, which is bizarre. I find that absolutely bizarre that the old scoreboard is actually, at the moment, informing us more than the new one. Brown around the wicket, bowls down the leg side. Coles chastises himself. He feels he's missed out there. 37 for 2. It remains, well, no, 40 for 2, I beg your pardon, at the end of the over. I just looked at the scoreboard that hasn't moved. So they've just missed an entire Pat Brown over off. I'm not entirely sure why. I'm sure that, well, Jane has disappeared now, so she's trying to rectify that particular situation. Brown, 2 overs for 4 runs. Bowling at good pace, but yet to pick up a wicket. 1 for 17, Zach Chappell. 1 for 19, Sam Connors. Chappell bowled 6 and Connors 5. Brown's bowled a couple, and this will be Anuj Dal's second over of the day. From the city end, and he'll be bowling initially to Coles. Oh, he's caught behind. He's played another one of those expansive drives away from his body for no apparent reason, and James Coles goes now, and all of a sudden it's 40 for 3. Sussex, and again an unnecessary shot. First ball of the 15th over, and Brooke Guest has taken the first 3 catches of the day to dismiss Allsop and Cole to Chappell, Connors, and now Anuj Dal. Coles goes for 6 off 23 deliveries. He had been watchful, but he's gone. Derbyshire, having not picked up a wicket in the second half hour, have begun the third half hour of the day by picking up their 3rd wicket. Excellent work from Anuj Dal, although there was an awful lot of James Coles in that.
Incoming batter, Dan Ibrahim.
So the new batsman is Dan Ibrahim, who comes out to join Tom Clark, who's on 17 and has watched 3 batsmen disappear in the opening hour of play. And will be slightly alarmed, I would imagine, by what is seen. All 3 expansive-looking drives with little footwork. We can't see from our vantage point if the ball's doing an awful lot. But the feeling I'm getting is that it isn't necessarily doing much, as Dal's first delivery to Ibrahim is left alone outside the off stump. Just looking at the Sam Connors display, yeah, a little bit of movement, not a huge amount now. And the next delivery from Anuj Dal. In, ball goes past the edge of Ibrahim's bat. Derbyshire's bowlers on top. Lewis Rees is warming up. Might be his kind of day with the swing bowling that he can produce. Bless him, Ed is sitting next door, waiting, desperately waiting for somebody to come to him. Will they come? Will they not? Who can tell? 40 for 3 here, though. I'll have an update fairly shortly, and it's one of those lengthy ones, as that one's left alone by Ibrahim outside the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper, Brooke Guest, who's got 3 catches. I think 6 in an innings. I don't know, I'm just making that up. I need David Griffin here, and he's around somewhere. As Dal is on his way in and bowls. That's left alone by Ibrahim outside the off stump. Dal yet to concede a run in 11 deliveries sent down. Remarkably. Lewis Rees is really warming up. I can now hear the dulcet tones of Miley Cyrus. I believe it's her. I wouldn't have known it was her if I had been told, in all honesty. As Dal comes in to complete his over, and Ibrahim ruins what would have been a wicket made and takes the first run off Anuj Dal by turning the ball to backward square leg. And it's 41-4-3. I am standing by. It might sound slightly strange when it all happens, because I might have to go off one box and onto another. Hopefully Ed next door can get back and replace me. Otherwise, the listeners online and on the stream are going to hear one half of a quiz, and the only half they're going to hear are the wrong answers that I give. They'll hear the right answers that I give as well, but there we go. He's on his way back now, which is excellent news for everybody. So Pat Brown to begin a new over from the racecourse end. He's going to be bowling to Dan Ibrahim, who pinched the strike with a single off that last ball of the previous over. That one's down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest. And it remains 41 for 3 The good news is that Ed is back, because it means I can do my quiz without everybody online and on the stream not hearing the questions.
Oh, but I want to hear the questions, though.
I might give you some wet later.
Okay. All right. I do like those questions. Usually about inventions, or at least they were when I was last involved. In comes Brown and bowls, beats the edge of Ibrahim as he was just looking to defend that one, excuse me. Reaching a little for the ball. So another flash outside the off stump and another wicket whilst I was off doing the update. And it's not easy, because if you just completely shut up shop, then really the game's going nowhere, and also you're not going anywhere. But equally, given that we've seen 3 wickets to drives outside the off stump, you had to wonder about potentially trying to pick up runs in other fashions, and they'll get a run here as Brown spears another one a long way down the leg side, and it's going to go down rather cruelly for Brooke Guest, although I have to say, not being of the wicket-keeping persuasion myself, I never get really quite why keepers always take byes quite so personally, because nearly always it's the bowler's fault. But anyway, it is a bye, as the ball just squirted behind Brooke Guest. And Sussex up to 42 for 3. In comes Brown bowls for defence from Clark, as the ball trickles up to Zach Chappell at mid-off. So really, I was going to say that Clark, the man who's really going to be responsible now for guiding Sussex through here, but to be honest, responsibility kind of falls on everybody now. Clark is the established batter more so, I guess you'd say, as a little forward push into the gap from Clark will bring him a single. Nicely played to the right-hand side of cover. Clark moves on to 18, Sussex 43 for 3. Things have been made very tricky as far as Sussex forcing some sort of late promotion bid because of, well, as much as anything, the weather. Worcestershire against Durham is the other game to keep an eye on, but Worcestershire are going pretty well there against a Durham attack which doesn't have Nat Potts or Bryden Cass. As another play and a miss, I think I'm going to call that from Ibrahim. I don't think he's really played inside the line. Equally, he didn't go following the ball. But Brown passes the edge again. 43 for 3 after 16 overs are Sussex. So Worcestershire 162 for 2 against Durham. And with the gap coming in to this round, 30 points between Worcestershire and Sussex. Any bonus points that Worcestershire pick up, particularly on the batting end of things, given Sussex's start here, it's going to potentially prove important, although probably not, given the amount of cricket that we're likely to have, unless, as Dahl starts a new over and Clark standing tall to play that one down into the ground, into the offside for no run. Unless, of course, some sort of an agreement can be reached between the two sides here for some sort of action. But I don't know, given Derbyshire, what they've done recently. There was no game set up at Bristol last week, for example, as Dahl hangs one outside Clark's off stump, and he's not interested in playing at it. Taken low down by Guest. I don't know, given the fact that Derbyshire didn't set up a game last week, whether be particularly inclined to do so this week. Having said that, I don't think it's going to happen, but there is maybe the outside possibility. As Dahl is running in and bowls, and Clark has tried to turn that one to the leg side, but he's ended up playing it with an open bat face back towards the bowler. I don't think that was a leading edge. I think he just didn't roll the wrists on it with the timing that he was after. Didn't go in the air, and it was a bit of a false shot. and no run. But you think of the kind of situation that we saw in the game between Warwickshire and Northamptonshire in the last round, where Northamptonshire were basically forced into accepting a rather friendly deal, it seemed, for Warwickshire, as a strangled appeal for LBW here, but it didn't seem to have too much going for it, even from this angle. It looked as though it was probably heading down the leg side as Clark looked to play the on drive. Made a satisfying thud off his pad out into the onside, but no leg buys. But yeah, I think eyebrows were certainly raised at the time when that victory target for Warwickshire was announced, but they did a fantastic job of coming close to defending it, Northamptonshire, last week, as this is played in defence into the leg side by Clark to mid-wicket. So, yeah, I don't know whether there'd be any thoughts of that, whether Sussex would say, we've got to give ourselves a shot here, you know, even if it's only seemingly one that's pretty friendly for Derbyshire, but I don't know. I'm not sure I see it, really. Dahl is in, bowls, beats Clark as he looked to play an off drive this time, and I'm guessing that ball's probably seamed away from him, judging again by the displeased glance that Clark is giving the pitch. 17 overs gone. Continues to be tricky going for Sussex, as it has to be said, you'd imagine it would be. 43 for 3. However, they have, I'm afraid to say, rather been architects of their own demise.
Oh, no question. Derbyshire have moved another point clear of Gloucestershire in the battle to finish third from bottom of the county championship with their third wicket. I've got some questions. I wrote some answers down, and I think I can remember the questions. So it was Sussex or silliness. Were the following invented in Sussex, Ed?
Oh, yes.
Are you
this
ready?
old one.
Here is Pat Brown from the racecourse end, bowling to Dan Ibrahim, who just clips that nicely down towards long leg for a single. He moves on to 244 for 3. TV. Was TV invented in Sussex?
Well, what do you mean, the actual TV or TV?
No, I'm asking the questions.
All right. I'm going to say no.
I said no.
But it was.
It was. John Logie Baird did it upstairs over in a little flat over a shop in Hastings.
In Hastings, was it?
Yeah.
Right.
See, it's educational
Well,
as well as humorous.
I thought he was Scottish.
Well, he was.
Yes. So that was why I said no.
Yes, I did as well. This one is from Pat Brown. It's a full-length delivery. Clark punches it up to mid-on, and there is no run. The binvelope.
What is that?
Yes, that was my initial reaction. It's a sort of it's a bin that sort of expands. So yeah, well, it's difficult to describe because I'm
going to say yes. It sounds
yes.
Like exactly the sort of green invention that might have happened somewhere like
yes, it was
Brighton.
It was on Dragon's Den apparently.
Okay.
Yeah. It hasn't been a roaring success, though, because I'd never heard of it. 44 for 3. That one's left alone by Clark outside the off stump.
Probably more successful than the Kitten Stomper, though.
The Kitten Stomper? Was that on Dragon's Den?
I think it was on a parody of Dragon's Den.
Okay.
I think it was Harry and Paul, that one. Right, it's brilliant.
Well, have to get rid of kittens. It's easier than throwing them in the river, I suppose. Sticky paper that makes it easier to hold.
Sticky paper that makes it easier to hold.
It's a good one.
Well, we've had 2 yeses, so I'm going to say no.
I didn't write them all down.
No.
I only started writing them
down. Oh, right.
But
if that's the case, I'll say yes again then.
Brown bowls. That one's left on length by Clark to go through to guess. Now, you're right the first time. It doesn't exist.
Oh, no.
The Royal Sussex Trug.
Well, that's got to be in there because it's a misnomer, so I'll say no.
No, it was. Apparently it's a garden implement, apparently.
I'm overthinking this.
I'd never heard of it. Spotted Dick. Was Spotted Dick invented in Sussex?
Well, they've got Sussex pond pudding, don't they? So they like their steamed puddings down there. Yes, I'll say it was.
No, it wasn't.
No, it's a shame.
Here's Pat Brown.
That's probably exactly what they were trying to make me think, isn't it?
He bowls to Clark. It's a short delivery. He's hit it for 6 out to backward square leg. How's he done that? He barely touched it. It's obviously the pace of Pat Brown. Just for a moment, I lost sight of the ball, but I realised it was going for 6 because, bless him, Alex Thompson, who's the tallest fielder Derbyshire have got, just stood on the boundary and looked to the skies, and he's hit a 6 And the 50's up for Sussex. Clark moves on to 24, and it's 50 for 3 with one ball of the 18th over to go.
Wow. No, I'm afraid I didn't see it either. I heard screams of catch, and then nobody moved. So I was trying to work out exactly what had gone on there. I didn't know whether somebody hadn't seen the ball, but
I knew where it should have gone. And I assumed it was Thompson who was being asked to catch it, but if it had been on the balcony, he wouldn't have caught it.
No, like you say, all he seemed to do was just swivel on it. I thought maybe, helped away down fine along the floor, something like that. It looked like that sort of a shot, but he's just, as you say, he's just used every bit of pace, got it out of the middle of the bat and hit it all the way.
Off it goes. Remarkable. These bats are remarkable. He's got almost half of the runs that Sussex have scored, Clark. 24 of the 50 as Brown is in and bowls to him, and that one is driven but straight to Lewis Rees at mid-on, and it's the end of the over. It is 50 for 3 after 18. Banoffee pie, was that invented in Sussex?
Well, no.
I know it was.
Of course it was. Have I got any of these right so
far? I'm not sure that you have. I did better than you. I must say I did better.
Yeah. What on earth was your logic for saying that was invented in Sussex then?
No, I think I got that one wrong. I said Spotted Dick wasn't, and Banoffee pie wasn't. I don't like Banoffee pie. I don't like that fake banana, but they do put real bananas in it. Apparently, I mean, that's fruit, so it's not in my remit, really.
Actually, it's not technically a fruit, though, is it?
A banana?
I don't...
Is it a berry?
I think it's a... I don't know. I'm going to have to look this up now.
Could be a berry. You're right.
Here's Dahl starting a new over bowling to Ibrahim, who pushes forward in defence. The ball goes up to mid-on.
Well,
yes, banana is a berry. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. What about the kebab pizza?
Did you not invent that?
No, I eat it, but I sort of eat it separate. But no, I didn't invent it. I can't claim that. I've only got one more after this, incidentally, listener. So you can rest easy.
Here's Dahl running in and bowling and inviting the drive. Ibrahim obliges, but can't get it past the fielder at mid-off. I'm going to say, whatever my initial instinct is, I should go against that because that hasn't been right. So my initial instinct is just to say yes. So I'm going to say no.
It is no. Well done. And the last one, which absolutely, I don't know why this question was even asked. Christmas dinner. Was Christmas dinner invented in Sussex?
I'm going to say that must have been.
It was, apparently by a vicar.
Dahl bowls well wide of off stump. Ibrahim offers no shot.
So presumably he was the first one to say chicken. No, I'm not happy with chicken. I'll tell you what we'll do. See that bigger chicken over there with the funny neck? I'll kill one of them and pluck it, and we'll have that. See what that's like. And he's invented Christmas dinner. Either that or they already ate turkey. And he thought, I'm going to put these little cranberries into some jelly and transform Christmas Day. No idea.
Dahl in, bowls full. Ibrahim plays the ball pleasantly enough up to mid-on, but again, he can't get a run. The score remains 50 for 3. I do like the idea of turkey as just a chicken with a funny neck. A little bit like, I don't know, sort of a...
Well, they're all poultry.
Well, I don't know. A deer is a sort of a lighter version of a cow. I don't know.
They're probably from the same genus, aren't they?
No idea. Dahl shuffles in and bowls full and straight, and Ibrahim head over the ball, plays to the fielder at mid-on, and I thought that was going to be the end of the over, but I've looked over clearly too quickly, so there's still one ball left. He's only gone for a single as Dahl in his first 3.5 overs. It's been for the lack of trying. Ibrahim, this is his 5th game of the season, his first for a little while. He's one of those players that's been forced, I suppose, to come into the side and bolster the batting lineup, given the absentees, as he defends towards mid-wicket to end the over. It is 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 1 for Anuj Dahl. Nightmare of a bowler to try and face on a pitch which is just doing a little bit. 50 for 3, the score. Yeah, so again, it's an opportunity for Ibrahim to stake his claim to a place in the championship side.
Yeah, so Pat Brown's going to continue. So does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Make a note of them. I didn't have your email address, and I didn't want to ask you on air because that would be disastrous, clearly.
I'll do this a bit quicker
okay.
than typing it out. I'm just
50 for 3 are Sussex. Anuj Dahl's figures 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 1, which is steady enough. Pat Brown 4 overs for 12, and he's into bowl to Clark, who drives him down the ground for 4 runs. Glorious shot, over-pitched from Pat Brown. He basically just had to get his bat on the ball on the half volley, and away it raced just to the offside of the stumps at the bowler's end. Clark moves on to 28. Now he has more than half of the runs that Sussex have scored. They're 54 for 3. There is a light aircraft somewhere. It's out of our sight though. And there's more cloud now, which is not a good thing because there is a little rain in the forecast of mid-afternoon as Brown bowls to Clark and he defends it into the onside this time.
Yeah, I think it's one of those usual ones where they don't know where it's going to hit. They don't know if it's going to hit, and they don't know when it's going to hit. So
well, the forecast I saw on BBC Breakfast this morning, it looked like a little rash all over the country, didn't it? At about 3 o'clock this afternoon, and then you've got a map of England, well, you've got a map of the United Kingdom, of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the Irish Republic. Here is, I'll get to the point in a minute. Here is Brown in and bowls to Clark, who clips this nicely into the leg side for another single. He moves to 29, 55 for 3. And you know where Derby is, roughly, but without it actually being on the map, you've got no chance of being accurate. And it was in the area of the East Midlands, but you're right. I mean, it could rain in Derby city centre and not rain here. It looked like that kind of showery weather.
yeah, and it was doing yesterday what it always seems to do now. You have these kind of lines of rain. If you end up on the line, it rains all day, and you can be 5 miles the other side, and you don't get anything.
Yeah. Brown is in, and that goes past the edge of Ibrahim's bat. Good delivery from Pat Brown.
I don't think there's anything more crickety, by the way, than this discussion about talking about the weather patterns
maps.
and the rain.
I know. I try to avoid talking about the weather, really, because it either will or it won't. But sometimes you look at clouds and you think, oh dear. And they played in Leicester. They started the game in Leicester. So we haven't done any scores, have we, today so far?
Apart from the Worcestershire score, they've just lost a third. No, only that one. They've lost a third wicket of Worcestershire Haynes out for 35, and also see that Adam Hose has retired hurt.
Brown bowls, Ibrahim defends.
Somehow Worcestershire have to lose that game for Sussex purposes. Worcestershire have to lose that game within a couple of days. 177 for 3, but with Hose off, although if it's concussion, he'll be able to have a replacement. I don't know exactly why he's off. And then Leicestershire 65 for 3 against Yorkshire, having lost Hill, who's just been dismissed by Hill for 42.
Oh, excellent. Brown bowls to Ibrahim, wide of the off-stump, left alone to go through to Brooke Guest. Yeah, they're still 90 behind, aren't they, Leicestershire? They started yesterday, you see, and that's not too far away from here. They're still classed as East Midlands, and they did get underway there yesterday, although I did notice, I think it might have been the day before, there must have been a break in the rain, and they thought, we'll get on here. So they had the toss and then never played, which is always a bit awkward because you don't know how conditions might change after that. I don't think they'll change massively. The one that's caught my eye, that's cheered me up no end, is that Nottinghamshire won the toss. They both days 1 and 2 washed out at Old Trafford as well. Nottinghamshire won the toss, decided to put Lancashire into bat, and after 20 overs, the home side at 84 without loss.
Anuj Dal starts a new over, and it won't surprise you to learn that the first ball was a dot as Clark is back to leaving the ball alone. And actually, I'm not going to say what I'm going to say because I'm trying to endear myself to Sussex supporters over the next couple of days, so I'm not going to say what I was going to say. Instead, I'll say that Hampshire have lost a couple of wickets at Chelmsford. They've lost Albert for 39 and Gubbins for 1. So Hampshire 98 for 2 in reply to Essex's 447 for 9 declared as Clark covers up in defence. The ball dribbles towards mid-on.
Came up in conversation, Albert, earlier today, didn't he?
It did. Well, yes, we were trying to think of first-class cricketers called Albert. If Bertie Foreman made his first-class debut today, which he hasn't. And then, of course, I thought of Toby Albert, so that answered that question. We didn't have to think any longer about it than that. But anyway, so Hampshire at the moment not doing too badly, with Essex basically needing to bowl Hampshire out twice in a couple of days as this is played back to the bowler. Dull fields smartly. So Essex need a win, and then they need some stubbornness from Northamptonshire, which so far they are certainly getting after Karun Nair made 150. I was watching quite a lot of that yesterday. A remarkable innings for several reasons. Helping Northamptonshire up to 357 as Clark is dabbing the ball into the offside, screaming no, not that Ibrahim had moved. Ball's fielded at cover. So Northamptonshire 357 all out, and Surrey now 33 for 1 in reply. They've just lost Rory Burns after a fairly typical Burns and Sibley start. 33 for 1 in 16 and a half overs. The bonus points are a little less important for Surrey than just making sure they don't lose, but decent start for Northamptonshire there. As Dahl is in, and that beats the edge of Clark's bat. Hands firmly clasped behind heads out in the middle. And again, that's just one of those ones where if you're Tom Clark, got to say, well, just hope you don't nick it. Not too much done wrong there. But no, I was looking at Karun Nair's. Well, actually, they were talking on the outlet I was consuming the content from.
Yeah.
This is slashed away into the offside and misfielded at cover by Thompson, and that will allow at least a couple of runs. In fact, that's all it will be, is ricocheted off Thompson there. It was hit pretty firmly by Clark, but should have been a dot, and as it is, it's 2, which is more runs in that one ball there than Dahl had conceded off the previous 4.5 overs. Clark moves into the 30s onto 31, 57 for 3. But they were saying about Karun Nair, he's not actually played that much Ranji Trophy cricket in India, and he'd been playing for a club not actually far from where I live in Wiltshire.
All right.
In the West of England Premier League, Premier 2. So he hadn't even been playing the top, and he'd been averaging 40. So not bad, but he'd been averaging 40 in the second tier of club cricket, and he's gone out and scored 150 against the champion county attack. And I'm trying to think, what does that say? I'm sure it says something, but it would probably depend on who you talk to as to exactly what it says.
Yes, I think the West of England League will be very pleased. Sam Connors is back from the racecourse end, bowling to Dan Ibrahim, who just guides that down to backward point. And there is no run.
But they've had a good time of it, the Indian players who've come over in general. Of course, in Adcat for Sussex with a 6-footer, bowl Sussex to victory in that stupendous chase that Leicestershire tried to pull off of 499, but in Adcat dismissing Leicestershire's lower order in the nick of time. This is his last game in Adcat before he disappears. Connors
bowls. One of those expansive drives comes out again from Dan Ibrahim. He misses it, fortunately for him. Otherwise, Brooke Guest might have been on for 4 from 4. He's got 3 from 3. Where is David Griffin when you need him?
Yes, and Adcat's off to play in the, I guess, equivalent of the game that used to happen out in the UAE of a
the
champion county. Yes, it's the Irani Trophy, it's called.
Blimey.
Defending Ranji Trophy champions against a rest of India 11.
Connors bowls wide of the off stump, left alone by Ibrahim.
So Adcat's off to play for Saurashtra. They're defending Ranji Trophy champions. That match starts on the 1st of October, so
your knowledge
short
of Indian
turnaround.
Domestic cricket is incredible.
Well, there's 3 first-class trophies, because they've also got one, I think, which is called the Duleep Trophy, which is zone-based.
Oh, okay.
Like North Zone, South Zone, Central Zone. Sounds very sort of District 9-y.
Connors bowls and Ibrahim defends up to mid-off. I'm just going to disappear. I'm not going to go anywhere quickly, but I'm going to disappear for a moment.
Just had enough of this discussion about Indian domestic cricket. No, they've got those competitions, and so that's why an Adcat will not be available for Sussex's final championship match, which is against winless Gloucestershire. Connors runs in and bowls, and Ibrahim has again somehow managed not to nick off to that one. It was a full-blooded swoosh of a drive outside the off stump, and the ball has zipped past his outside edge. I'm not sure that Tom Clark actually said anything as he walked down the pitch there, but to be honest, I don't think he really needed to. All he needed to do was just walk down, give off the vague air of a reproachful schoolmaster, and then walk back to the non-striker's end. Connors is into Ibrahim. That's very wide outside the off stump, and to be honest, even if Ibrahim had a slash at that one, he wouldn't have managed to get much bat on it. So that is the end of the over, and it's 57 for 3, and that was Connors' first maiden over. So Dahl has over half of the maidens that have been bowled. He's bowled 3 maidens in his 5 overs, and 1 each for Chappell. And now for Connors, Lancashire have just lost their first wicket of Luke. In fact, they've just lost their second wicket. They've just lost both openers in quick succession. Luke Wells for 28 and Keaton Jennings for 42. Somerset 316 for 3 against Kent. Kent at least have managed to pick up 1 bowling point. Really their best hope is for a Middlesex loss.
Anish Dahl begins a new over from the City end. First ball left alone by Clark. He did come back at him a touch and went over the top of the stumps, I think. I'm indebted to Roger Green, who's joining in with our... it always happens like this, doesn't it? Nobody's talking about cricket. Sussex inventions, he says. Was James Bond invented in Sussex?
Well, I suppose he might have been living.
It would be foolish
at the time.
It would be foolish of Roger to send that question in with the answer to be no.
That would be good. I would admire him for that.
Dahl around the wicket, bowls to Clark. Ball pushed out into the offside. He said in a roundabout way he was. Bond's creator Ian Fleming was commander of a crack troop, the 30 Assault Unit based in the seaside town of Littlehampton in West Sussex in the Second World War. They were sent on daring missions behind enemy lines, including raiding a German base and stealing the entire German naval archive. I was editor, says Roger, of the Littlehampton Gazette for 17 years until 2013 and attended the 30 AU annual reunions in the Marine Pub in Littlehampton a couple of times as Dahl bowls, and it's defended by Clark. He says, hearing amazing stories of daring do from the veterans. Thank you, Roger. So, James Bond, invented in a roundabout sort of way in Sussex. And anybody, if you've got anything to say about anything, really, more than welcome to get in touch via the usual channels.
It is always the way with cricket commentary, though, isn't it? As you say,
that's more,
you can talk about cricket, but some people will get very annoyed if you don't talk about cricket entirely. But you get far more emails and messages about something like that.
All I ever say is Dahl is in and bowls. That struck him on the pad. There's an appeal from Dahl. He looks like he quite fancied that one, but Neil Mallander straight away said no. Clark remains on 31, 57 for 3. All I ever say really is we have to talk, and there are 2 of us for around about 6.5 hours every day, barring rain delays and that kind of thing. You've got to talk about something. We try to be entertaining. We try to be educational and informative. Try being the operative word as Dahl bowls, and that's off an inside edge back to the bowler by Clark. Dahl heading towards potentially a 4th maiden in 6 overs.
Actually, that just reminded me. I thought the banana was a herb.
A herb?
Yes, rather than.
Did you?
Yeah. Apparently, it's both.
Oh, here we go.
It's a herb. A banana plant is a herb.
That's a different kind of plant, though, isn't it? As Dahl is in. Oh, and he's edged and caught. And Clark goes, and it's another catch for Brooke Guest and a second wicket for Anish Dahl. 57 for 4 now, Sussex. That one took off a little bit and left him, and he was in no position to play any kind of shot at it. Tom Clark, he goes. And Derbyshire, well, their decision to put Sussex into bat was an obvious one, but it was clearly the correct one.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's time for the flippant comment of the best way to keep the game moving is to lose a lot of wickets. And at the moment, that's what Sussex are doing. Although I think of the 4 wickets that we've seen so far, Clark could be given least blame, albeit he will still, I'm sure, be walking off thinking, oh, I wish I hadn't followed that ball, because it was one of the first times that he's played at a ball that he didn't have to. He's been really disciplined, and actually his innings so far, I think, has been an example of actually what is going to prove successful on this.
It's an involuntary that,
but yeah,
the others have been deliberate, driving at balls outside the off stump. That one was very much an involuntary movement, wasn't it, really? He couldn't get out of the way in time.
He'll still be angry because of the fact that, yeah, as I say, it was a long way.
No, you're
it was
right.
a long way away from his body.
Yes, it was.
But at the same time, at least he didn't really go flashing away. But yeah, it's not been easy. It was never going to be. But
nobody said it would be.
No, never is. But they'll be, I think, rather cross about the way that things have gone here, Sussex. I'm sure they would have wanted to come out and make a really strong statement after the events of the past week as well. And so far, well, 57 for 4, but 2 batters out there who are probably in the side because of the events of late. As Harrison Ward comes out to the middle, he's not on strike as Connors starts a new over and Ibrahim plays in defence towards backward point. So Ibrahim, who is playing his first game in the Championship since July, and Ward, who's playing his first County Championship game since September of 2021. In the middle at the moment, as in goes Connors and bowls, and it's driven into the ground by Ibrahim back to the bowler.
They're facing bowlers who know there's a little bit in it for them. There was just, I mean, there was always going to be a little bit in it, wasn't it? I don't think there's any doubt about that. And that's exactly what's happened.
Still only just 19 as well, Dan Ibrahim. I mean, I think he was certainly at least 17 when he made his Sussex debut. In goes Connors bowls, and Ibrahim lets that one go through to the keeper. And for Ward, he's played a couple of really eye-catching white ball innings this summer, including a blistering half-century against Gloucestershire at Bristol, where he was trying to do damage to people's balconies and windows in the flats. In comes Connors. He bowls down the leg side. I don't think there's anything on that. And Brooke Guest, well, he doesn't want to look at the umpire, does he? He's just staring off down to the boundary because he knows if he looks round, he'll have to see the umpire signalling 4 byes. 61 for 4. But yeah, only 3 first-class games for Ward before this one. So rather kind of pressed into action. You would imagine there's a certain feeling of, well, as we discussed earlier, you're not going to need a huge number of seamers potentially here. So might as well go for the extra batter to try and see whether somebody can... I think even a 50 or a 60 is going to be a handy contribution today.
Absolutely.
Connors is into bowl, and Ibrahim lets an in-ducker go from Connors, which does bounce sort of normally rather than lifting or dropping low. So it probably would have gone over the stumps, even if it had been on the line of them, but not by much.
I was hoping to look up catching records because Brooke Guest's got 4 out of 4 now, but I can't get on Cricket Archive for some reason, so bear with.
Connors to the crease and bowls, and he's got 5 because Ibrahim is nicked off as well. And that one absolutely the least blame attached. That was a beautiful piece of bowling from Connors on a full length, but not right up there, meaning that Ibrahim was a long way forward. And he's just looked to play a forward defence and got a little feather through to Brooke Guest. So this has certainly got to be something. With 5 out of 5 catches behind, and it is 61 for 5 as Ibrahim is the latest Sussex batter to depart for 2. And at this rate, Sussex might well be bowling by not far off after lunch.
Well, it was strange. Somebody sent me a message this morning. People probably know my dislike of fantasy sport of any kind. I'll leave that there. But the person who sent me a message says, I've got Wayne Madsen in my fantasy team. Can you make sure they win the toss and bat? My reply to that was, if they do, they'll be all out for 80. 61 for 5 would rather bear that out, because I'm not suggesting that Derbyshire would have played as many as 3 poor shots, but there's nothing to suggest that they wouldn't. It's just not easy to bat out there because the pitch, as we've said, has been undercover since Sunday evening after the T20 finals were played here at Derby. Wimbledon won the National T20 Club, whatever it's called. They've got a director of cricket, apparently. That's a club side with a director,
wow.
Yes. Anyway, that's by the by. So the pitch was only cut for the first time since Sunday this morning. It's still very damp out there. Anish Dahl beginning a new over. Bowls to Ward, we just had before that ball was delivered. 2 batsmen who'd yet to face a ball. Ollie Carter and Harrison Ward, neither of whom had faced a ball up to that point, but now Harrison Ward has. So it is, and it was always going to be tricky, and you always imagined whoever won the toss would immediately insert. I don't think Les Deploy had to think twice. And if he had thought twice, he'd have been batting by now, I reckon. As Dahl is in, Harrison Ward always trapped on the legs in front, but not sufficiently in front for Neil Mallender to raise his finger, which is good news for Brooke Guest and those record searchers. If we can ever get on that website. The thing is that David Griffin's probably got it on his laptop, but and at lunch he will be able to tell us what the record is, and we're nowhere near it. What 4 clearly, I would suggest. If we are, I'd be surprised at 4, 5. Here's Dahl around the wicket, bowls to Ward, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Test match records. You fool, don't look at test match records.
Actually, I'm not. I think Bob Taylor is one of them that has the record for most keeping dismissals. But I think there's potentially a couple.
Dahl in, bowl. That's a good leave from Ward. Again, he's bowling around the wicket to the left-hander and just angling it in towards the stumps, which is probably why Ward was not fortunate, because it was a good leave, but you'll just have to be a little bit more careful. Sorry, I got slightly distracted. It doesn't take much. In comes Dahl and bowls, and that one is. He isn't squared up, but the shot is like he was squared up because it comes off a thick edge and goes into the offside.
Actually, what I was thinking of was dismissals in a match, which I think Bob Taylor's one of them. There are 5 in the history of Test cricket who've. Oh no, he is there.
Yeah, so
he is there. He is there.
Bob will be there.
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah,
1980 against India at the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai.
Dahl bowls around the wicket. Oh, that wasn't far away from the edge of Ward's bat. Guess what? It's a maiden over from Anuj Dahl. 7 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 3. Not bad. You try getting the ball out of his hand.
I was going to say he could bowl until lunch. He really could.
And his pace isn't. I mean, he's a good bowler, Nudge, as he's proved over the course of the last couple of seasons. Certainly, when he's been given more chance to bowl. 6 for last week. he's just been asked by Lears to play, and he's basically said, "Oh, I can carry on. If you want me to carry on, I can carry on." He's just nodded to him, and no, I think Zach Chappell's going to bowl the next over at the City end. So 61 for 5 anyway. Carter and Ward yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I don't know, I would have been tempted maybe, but I guess
I'll just
share it all about a bit.
I'll come back and mop it up in the later on.
So Ollie Carter is facing his first ball. Mentioned the number of important runs that he scored for Sussex this season. He's going to need some more here, as he is just defending comfortably enough. His first ball up to mid-off. 5 keepers with 7 wickets in a test innings. Wasim Bari, Pakistan against New Zealand in 1979. Bob Taylor won.
I've got first class.
Ian Smith.
I've got first class ones now.
Oh, have you? Ridley Jacobs and Josh De Silva, so 2 West Indian keepers in there.
Mickey Stewart, against Northants 1957, took 7 catches.
Connors races in and he bowls outside the off stump, and Carter leaves.
Ricky Clark, Warwickshire against Lancashire at Liverpool in 2011, took 7, and A.S. Brown, I'm sorry, 1966, Gloucestershire.
Oh, Tony Brown.
Tony Brown, thank you, against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, took 7 as well. Was he an outfielder though? Was he a keeper?
He was outfielder, yes.
Yeah.
Was
as was Ricky Clark and Mickey Stewart
for many a year at Gloucestershire, one of their great captains.
Presumably standing in the slips somewhere, you would guess.
Sorry, is it my over? Yes, it was. Connors bowls to
Sorry,
Carter.
I was merely looking at my laptop.
No,
if anything had happened, then we'd have been in all sorts of trouble.
Sorry, I forgot it was my... It's this update business switching ends. It does get me.
Sorry.
Defensive shot from Carter anyway, so it wasn't a massive event, but apologies for having left a thud of ball on bat hanging in midair for a moment there.
I think that's the excitement, because everybody's going, "Oh, what's happened?" Nothing. You're all right. Calm down, everybody.
Connors running in past umpire Baldwin, and another ball outside off that doesn't tempt Carter into playing. Yep, so no more than 7. I suppose it's just a number that it's very difficult to exceed. 7 out of 10. So yeah, that was surprised. I don't know. I'd have thought maybe one person had managed 8 possibly, but apparently not. Yeah, Tony Brown was Gloucestershire's... Actually, I'm talking too much about Gloucestershire now. One of those things I shouldn't be doing. Captain of their first trophy-winning side in 1973. Full delivery from Connors to Carter, and he plays in defence, probably not with as close to the middle of the bat as he would have liked, but that was mostly because the ball stayed down a touch on him. He managed to get towards the toe of the bat on it. But the important thing is keep it out one way or another. Maybe if they can get to lunch, a little bit more time with what sunshine there is, and it has been basically sunshine this morning on the pitch, might make things slightly easier for the afternoon session. Connors is into Carter. The ball trickles out into the leg side. They thought about a single there, but Carter wasn't going anywhere. And there was another one of those where he didn't know where the ball had gone. It went down into his pad, I think. He's just rubbing the top of his right thigh, and then trickled down well wide of the stumps, but Carter didn't know that. And was that another maiden? Yes, it was. 61 for 5.
I'm getting confused now, which means I definitely need David Griffin, because the records on Cricinfo, records in County Championship cricket, most catches in an innings is 6 by Tim Bresnan for Warwickshire against Yorkshire, ironically, if it is ironic, in September 2021. And it also includes like 4 innings by Pullum, which doesn't seem very many.
Yeah.
That one's, it is Anuj Dal continuing, incidentally, and ball is left alone outside the off stump, so they can't.
Yes, those records cannot be right. There's about 10 from 2021.
Yeah, and some from 1897 and nothing in between. So I'm not sure what Cricinfo are doing there, really. I'm sure they're right in some respect, but I have no idea. Which wicketkeeper has the most dismissals in an innings? You've gone through those, I think. 6, though. That's ODI matches. No, come on. Dahl bowls left alone by Ward to go through to Brooke Guest. If I could get on to Cricket Archive, which at the moment I can't, for some reason. Every other.
Let me try the Association of Cricket Statisticians.
Oh, nice, yes.
Instead. See if we have any joy with that. It's usually quite good on this sort of thing.
Yeah, good shout. Anuj Dal from the City end, bowling to Harrison Ward, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. Can you get on it?
No, it's not loading.
The Association of Cricket, it's like cricket's been hijacked by the Russians. The Association of Cricket Statisticians, or the Chinese, and Cricket Archive can neither can be reached at the moment. That is bizarre. Perhaps they don't want anybody to know that before they update and have Brooke Guest at the top of the list at some point in the near future. Here is Dahl bowling to Ward, who's flashed at that one, and he hasn't missed the edge of his bat by very much at all. Brooke Guest takes the ball cleanly, as he has done on 5 previous occasions after the ball has hit the edge of the bat. And there is no run, and there hasn't been a run for some time.
And that's the thing about dotting up a player like Ward, who's not played a great deal of first-class cricket, has played far more white ball cricket, and isn't really probably used to having to face 10 dots in a row.
Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Ward, fielded by Matlam, and of course there is no run.
So, you know, I'm not trying to do Harrison Ward down there by any stretch, but it's just hard when you're so in the but you're also so in the mindset of actually I've got to play everything out there to try and rein yourself in. You can do it for a period, but you're going to have those lapses, surely.
It's the Ben Duckett way.
Or you do that, yeah.
It's the next delivery pushed into the offside by Harrison Ward, and Anuj Dal has bowled 8 overs. He's got 6 maidens and he's taken 2 for 3, and that probably is the end of Anuj Dal for now. Lunch at 12:40, remember, not 12:30, because we've got an extra 8 overs today to make up for the 196 that we've lost in the first 2 days. And we might get a little burst of Zach Chappell before lunch from the City end, in the same way that we have Sam Connors in his second spell at the moment. 3 overs, 3 maidens he's bowled, 1 for none in this spell. That's decent.
You take it.
4 for 2 in the last 5 overs, Sussex. So Derbyshire taking a firm grip on proceedings here.
Connors starts off his 9th over with a bit of a half volley, but Carter can't time the drive. Sends it to Rees at mid-off. Events have occurred down at Lords, where Warwickshire have been bowled out for 315, but that is a lead of 194 runs over Middlesex, who, given the fact that the Somerset-Kent game draw looks the heavy favourite there, Middlesex are going to find themselves in something of a pickle into the relegation zone, potentially, if they can't get themselves out of the situation. There'll be runs here as it's flicked away through backward square leg by Carter. There's a chase on for fine leg, and because of the slow nature of the outfield, again, denying Carter a couple of runs, because he couldn't have timed that flick to leg too much better. Hit it in the air, but it was nowhere near a fielder. But it just lands and then immediately loses about half its pace, and then the next bounce takes another half out, etc. And fielder from fine leg got across to square leg pretty comfortably. But Carter's away with a couple. Sussex 63 for 5. So another 99 was made there by Danny Briggs. Caught by Simpson off helm for 99. Connors bowls to Carter. He leans forward and defends.
Love a 99, though.
Well, Matt Critchley got a 99 for Essex.
Yes, he did, didn't he?
The other day. I watched him on 99, and you know how nowadays basically nobody looks like they're on 99. Almost nobody seems to get nervous like they used to. Oh gosh, yeah.
Oh, no.
He faced about 20 balls on 99 and is almost out a couple of times before he ended up being out. And it was one of those where you really felt as if it was going to happen. He's not going to get there, and he didn't. Oh, he's bowled him! So there goes the record as far as Guest is concerned of taking all 10 dismissals, but it is a dramatic dismissal of Carter by Connors, who's got another wicket. His third now, 3 for 21. Ball didn't seem to bounce a massive amount, but Carter bowled off stump for 2, and Sussex fall further into disarray, 63 for 6.
Well, I said, well, normally when you put the team into bat, you want 3 in that first session, don't you? To get 6 is probably beyond your wildest dreams. And in a 2-day game, well, who knows? No, there still won't be a positive result either way, unless Derbyshire decide to forfeit their first innings, which seems unlikely. They picked up a second bonus point with the fall of that wicket, so they're now even further clear of Gloucestershire.
Oh, somebody's excited about Finn Hudson-Prentice's.
Yes, it's the Finn Hudson.
turn.
Well, obviously he used to play here. He's a very popular man, though. He's such a good bloke. I had a quick chat with him on day 1 when the bus arrived. He was in good form, as he always is. Finn Hudson-Prentice. Just missed everything then. So what did he make? He made 2 off.
10
2
deliveries.
off 10. Holy cow, 2 off 10. Thank you very much. So no 4s then. I can fill that one in by myself. I can work that one out.
So out comes Hudson-Prentice, who I mentioned. These sorts of situations seem to be where he's got a lot of runs this season, although I don't think as many as acute as 63 for 6 for Sussex. As I say, even just a 40 or something like that feels as if it would be enormous. Connors bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who plays an air drive outside the off stump, and it passes through to the keeper. And Hudson-Prentice has worked out probably in one ball there what every other Sussex batter has so far, which is that driving on this surface is fraught with danger. Oh, you've managed to get
it's burst into life.
The well-known
as the cricket
website up.
Yeah, it's burst into life, so I can tell you in a moment. And Bob Taylor features heavily, as you might expect.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, I will have to leave after this ball for an update. Oh. Connors is in. Down the pitch comes Hudson-Prentice, and does that come off down the leg side? It's just flown down the leg side. Anyway, it was knocked down by Guest. And that is the end of the over. 28 bowled, Sussex 63 for 6. And I have to depart.
As you're leaving, I will tell you that Brooke Guest has twice taken 6 or had 6 dismissals in an innings. So he's still 1 short of that. Bob Taylor twice took 7 in remarkably against Glamorgan here in 1966 and at Chesterfield against Yorkshire in 1975. Harvey Hussain also with 7. That was at the Oval against Surrey, of course, in 2014. Foster and Elliott 6 apiece. Bob Taylor got a couple of 6s as well. Carl Cricken took or had 6 victims at the Parks against Oxford University in 1995. And Brooke Guest, who did it once this season against Yorkshire at Scarborough, and against Worcestershire in 2022. Zach Chappell returns and bowls to Harrison Ward, who looks to leave that one. It hits his bat and goes back at a square on the offside. And there is no run. So if the other website that we use regularly, and you know the one I mean, has updated correctly, it means that Brooke Guest now has 35 catches for the season, with his 5 today, 5 of the first 6. 63 for 6, as we are 9 minutes or so away from the lunch interval, and Chappell is in and bowls to Ward, who covers up, pushes this one up towards mid-off. And there is no run. Lancashire have now lost 3 wickets against Notts. That game starting today as well, 101 for 3 in the second division now, which is far more interesting, of course. Worcestershire at 179 for 4 against Durham at New Road, and Leicestershire at 86 for 5 in reply to Yorkshire's 155 at Grace Road. So still the possibility, faint albeit, of a result there. As Chapel bowls, that one is whipped into the leg side by Ward for his first run at the 15th attempt. He's going to get 2 of them as well, as it's fielded by Alex Thompson, who almost overthrows Brooke Guest with his throw back in. Doesn't know his own strength. The rope towards the old scoreboard is probably 30 yards in from the advertising boards. Everywhere else it's out roughly as far as it can go. There was a patch of concern to the ground staff away to our left, which they brought the rope in a little bit in front of the players' pavilion, but other than that, the usual large playing area as Chapel bowls, and that one's left alone by Ward to go through to Brooke Guest once again. I will give you the first division scores as well. Somerset 394 for 4 against Kent. Taunton, Hampshire 141 for 4, trailing Essex by 306 at Chelmsford. Middlesex, second time round, are 5 without loss. They trail Warwickshire by 189. And Surrey are 51 for 3 against Northamptonshire, as Chapel is in and bowls. And that's edged and caught, and Ward's gone. It's another catch for Brooke Guest. That one was just a tentative prod forward, really. And Harrison Ward is dismissed. He made 2 from the 17 deliveries that he faced. And another catch for Brooke Guest. His 6th. So he moves onto that chart, moves up that chart. And Sussex are 65 for 7. Remarkable. 28 overs and 5 balls have been bowled today. And well, Sussex are in all sorts of trouble here. That's not to say that the conditions will change that much. Second wicket for Zach Chapel as well. He now has 2 for 19 from his 6 overs and 5 balls. Sam Connors 3 for 21. Anisdal 2 for 3 from 8 overs. And it's Henry Crocombe who's come out to join Finn Hudson-Prentice in the middle, with Sussex on 65 for 7. So that list, it's the 3rd time in his career that Brooke Guest has taken 6 wickets. Bob Taylor did it 6 wickets or more, did it 4 times. Harvey Hussain did it once. Thomas Foster, who played for Derbyshire in the late 1800s, from 1873 to 1884. He took 6 against Surrey at the Oval in 1883. And Harry Elliott, Test cricketer as well, played for Derbyshire between 1920 and 1947. Harry Elliott. He did it 3 times. Carl Cricken once. Bob Taylor 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So Brooke Guest in elevated company as far as dismissals are concerned. And we now have 2 more batsmen on naught. And Henry Crocombe on strike. 65 for 7. In comes Zach Chapel and bowls, and that one is striking the pads. He tried to whip that away. Did Henry Crocombe? Didn't manage to do so. And it's the end of the over. A wicket and 2 runs from that. Same as the previous over, bowled by Sam Connors. And Chapel's first over back into the attack. Just the 4 bowlers used today by Derbyshire. Chapel 2 for 19, Connors 3 for 21. Pat Brown 0 for 17 off 5, and Anisdal 2 for 3 off 8. Sussex 65 for 7 as Sam Connors from the racecourse end bowls to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who pushes this one out into the offside. It's fielded by Pat Brown, and there is no run. Might just be 1 more over after this before the lunch interval, so we'll have had 31. This is the 30th over in the session, which wouldn't be too bad. As Connors sets off again. Bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who sort of advances towards him in a Hudson-Prentice kind of way. Ball pushed up to Lears Deploy, who's fielding at mid-on now, out of the slip cordon. I'm not sure he's ever been in the slip cordon today, but he was practicing this morning. His slip fielding isn't Wayne Madsen class. I think it's fair to say. Matt Lamb's in the slips now, along with Harry Kame and Wayne Madsen. As Connors bowls to Hudson Prentice. That was a little uppish off the bat. And eventually it reaches Lears Deploy, 65 for 7.
I mean, the one thing that you usually think when you've got Surrey to update as well as Sussex is that there's probably likely to be some sort of good news to give the listeners of BBC Surrey.
How was Surrey doing?
Surrey are, at the moment, he says having lost the score, 56 for 3 in reply to Northamptonshire's 357. And then you sort of look and think, well, actually, Hampshire seem to be digging in. Oh, hang on, they're 5 down now.
Connors bowls, Hudson Prentice pushes it out to the offside. They go through for a quick single to Lewis Rees, who is at mid-off, and they get through comfortably enough. And Hudson Prentice is off the mark. His name got bigger on the scoreboard then as it went from 0 to 1.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay. I suppose the 1 is narrower than the 0, isn't it?
As I looked at the scoreboard, his name got bigger.
It's for that reason why, and not anything superstitious, but why I hate 111 particularly, but any score in the 110s I don't like, because it doesn't, it's not as wide as, say, 120 or 100, so it doesn't really look as if somebody's scored 100 on some scorecard sites. It's the sort of thing that really bothers me.
There's a 4th slip in place now, so it's Kame. I shouldn't have started that. In comes Connors and bowls. Oh, it's edged and into the ground.
Oh, perfectly placed.
Yeah, it's gone for 4 runs in between 2nd and 3rd slip. Wayne Madsen and Matt Lamb, and in fact Pat Brown is the 4th slip now. That's why I didn't recognise him immediately. So 4 slips for Sam Connors, and Crocombe is off the mark with a boundary.
Is he going to be able? No, I don't think he's going to be able to draw this last delivery out to make sure it's the last ball before lunch. There's still 40 seconds left, so I don't think he's going to manage it even with his best time-wasting tactics.
Not unless he smashes it for 6. How about that?
That'd be an idea.
So it could be about
a very bad one from Sussex's point of view.
It could be about to eat. 70 for 7. Sussex. Connors bowls, and that one is pushed up to Lears Deploy by Henry Crocombe, and Derbyshire's fielders all of a sudden are running like fury to get into position for another over, and even then we'd only have had 31 overs if we get one more in, which is already behind the over rate.
And actually it's a problem because I suspect they'll probably get, given that Sussex are 70 for 7 here, they'll probably will get some go at Sussex second time around, but then especially if they're trying to force some sort of a victory even, they're not going to have a huge amount of time to take care of this over rate. So they may end up losing points even.
Yeah, I never thought that.
You're going to lose points after 1 session's worth. Normally it's not a problem, but when you've 7 down into the first innings, it is a bit of a problem. Here comes Chappell and bowls. It's worked away through mid-wicket by Hudson Prentice. Neatly played for a couple of runs. As mid-on chases after it. Not exactly sprinting because there's no need with the outfield as it is. Sussex 72 for 7. Hudson Prentice on to 3. So yeah, not a great deal of good news as far as either Sussex or Surrey are concerned so far this morning. They have Hudson Prentice there at lunch. I suppose there'll be something very slim for them to hang their hat on as he comes down the pitch and tries to turn the ball into the onside and skews it to mid-off. So unfortunately, I didn't manage quite to hear. So nobody has 8 keeping dismissals in an innings.
No.
Well, we will have had a gigantic influx of listeners of a certain type, I can guarantee you. And the other satisfying thing is it's the first 6 on the scorecard. It wasn't the first 6 dismissals, but it was the first 6 on the scorecard. So that's another one which may never have happened in the history of first-class cricket, to have the first 6 on a scorecard. Now somebody's got to check that.
Not me.
There's a short mid-wicket in place. Chappell is into Hudson Prentice, who I thought he played it straight to him, but he hasn't. He's got it to the left of him, and he might even get 4 for this, as it's just managing sluggishly to make its way over the boundary rope. So Hudson Prentice moves on to 76 for 7.
Because I don't recognise the figure at mid-wicket rather, I'm going to say it's Pat Brown.
Right.
I think it is, and he's a very good fielder. We know that.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure it's him, and it was what, a couple of yards to his left, but he didn't have time to react. He's now moved a yard and a half to his left, and he's keeping moving.
Hudson Prentice on to 7. Chappell bowls to him, comes forward and dabs the ball out into the covers. It's a quick single there, slightly wayward throw from Deploy, but it's well backed up. And it's 77 for 7.
Ooh. What's that?
Prentice on to 8.
Septuple Nelson. It isn't. It's the 3rd time in his Derbyshire career that he's got 6 dismissals in an innings broadcast. And the last time he did it was a couple of weeks ago at Scarborough against Yorkshire. I'd completely forgotten. Also did it in 2022 at New Road.
It's a bit less memorable when it's in general, I guess, rather than in the form that it's happened here. Chappell bowls to Crocombe, and he plays a forward defence.
But
ball, sorry.
Oh, no, it's my fault.
No, it was me tripping over my words. I've done it totally independently of you, I promise.
No. Only 2 keepers have got 7 dismissals in an innings, though, for Derbyshire. Bob Taylor did it twice, and Harvey Hussain did it, and it's not been done since 2014 when Harvey did it. Bob Willis did it in 1966 and 1975.
Wow.
Which is madness, isn't it, really?
Last ball of a rather tricky morning session, and it's a wicket. It's another wicket. 77 for 8. They will be Sussex at lunch, as this time Crocombe's off stump goes for a wander. And he's staring down at the surface thinking, well, it might have kept low, but I'm not sure that that one, at least from first look, kept massively low. I think it's one of those things where you've got a tall, fast bowler bowling at you. You're a tall, fast bowler yourself in Crocombe, and the front foot just hasn't really gone that far forwards. I mean, it's more the top of off stump. I don't think it's kept massively low, but it's a Jaffa from Chappell, who's got his 3rd wicket, and that has been a rout from Derbyshire so far this morning. Sussex 77 for 8.
Yeah, good decision to put Sussex in. It was the obvious decision. The toss has been crucial here, no question about it. Derbyshire won it. 6 catches for Brooke Guest, the 3rd time in his Derbyshire career he's taken 6 or had 6 dismissals. I want to steer away from saying catches because I'm not entirely sure. I would call him stumping too many batsmen. A couple of 3 wickets indeed. 3 for 26 Zach Chappell, 3 for 26 Sam Connors, and Anuj Darley bowled beautifully, 8 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 3, and at lunch Derbyshire very much in control of a 2-day game. I keep saying we won't get a result. I'm not so sure anymore. Sussex 77 for 8. We'll be back in just over half an hour's time. In and bowls to Reed. in and balls 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 to Reed. balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed. balls to Reed. In and 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 balls to Reed. Well, 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 we're back. That was the shortest lunch break I can remember. Incredible. David Griffin's been busy at lunch, as you can imagine, with Sussex at, 77 for 8, and it has been lunch. He's the first Derbyshire wicketkeeper to take 5 catches before lunch since Bernie Mair performed the feat on his debut against Gloucestershire on Royal Wedding Day in 1981. Oh, that's nice. A record of sorts for Brooke Guest. He took 6 this morning, of course. And Derbyshire, well, they're pretty much on top here. Myself, Dave. That's not good. Corners in and bowls, and that one keeps low and goes past the edge of Finn Hudson-Prentice's bat. It was the completion of the over, and it is indeed now raining. It wasn't the completion of the over, it was the second ball of the over, you fool. The reason they're not going to bowl anymore is because it's raining. So we've had 2 balls since lunch. Sussex remains 77 for 8. Hudson-Prentice has got 8. Anadkat is the new batsman. Apologies for not mentioning him. Jadev Anadkat is the new batsman. Of course, we didn't see one come out before lunch because Henry Crocombe was out to the last ball of the morning session. But the covers are coming on. And I'm afraid this is an all too familiar sight during this game, sadly. It'll be an absolute pleasure for you to see this because you haven't seen this before. We've watched 2 days of this nonsense.
Well, we did have a day and, well, actually it was mostly just a day of absolute deluge-like downpours earlier on this season, so I have had the pleasure of seeing it rain here before.
Yes, true, yes. Yeah.
And in fact, it has to be said that things are looking rather better than they did on that occasion. Turned up and it really did look more like a wetlands reserve than so any cricket was actually going to happen. I noticed the floodlights have very helpfully been turned on now, so the spectators can read their newspapers whilst it rains.
Well, the good thing is here they can turn them off and then turn them back on again, unlike
good.
Bristol, which we discovered last week. Yeah, well, there's not much point in us. Well, the umpires are staying out there at the moment, and it doesn't appear to be raining any longer. And there are 2 players, Zach Chappell and Mitch Wagstaff, who is for some reason on the field of play at the moment. I didn't see who he'd replaced because I barely had a chance to describe the first 2 deliveries. But they are putting the covers on, despite the fact that I can't see any rain anymore.
No, I think it's one of those things where they're expecting it to rain. You can see this billowing dark grey cloud coming towards us, so I know it's going to rain. And I think they were thinking, well, let's just make sure we get this all on and covered up before it comes. Unfortunately, now the sun's coming out, which doesn't tend to make things look magnificent when it's not raining and you've got sunshine and the covers are on.
And we've got umbrellas going down as well, which is a bit of a giveaway to the fact that it might not be raining anymore. So I'll give you that one fact about Brooke Guest: 6 catches before lunch. First wicketkeeper to take 5 before lunch since Bernie Mair in 1981. There was another Brooke Guest stat. Oh, of course it was. It was the Brooke Guest is today playing in his 100th all-format game as a wicketkeeper for Derbyshire. The 11th Derbyshire player to reach 3 figures. And with those 6 catches this morning, it's been a pretty successful 100th all-format appearance. Well, the players who had lingered, and Zach Chappell's still lingering to a degree now. He's reached the steps and he's gone up the first 2. Mitch Wagstaff has just collected a sweater. He looks like he's limping, Mitch, for some reason. He's the 12th man. I think we will take what is known in the business as a short break. But the sun is shining. I think that's temporary. I think slightly more permanent are the very horrible dark clouds coming in from the southwest, although just between the trees I can see some brightness beyond that. So I'd be surprised if we didn't get more play today. In fact, I'm 100% certain that we will get more play today. Sussex might not thank me for that. But there's 77 for 8. Derbyshire have got 2 bonus points, 3 wickets apiece for Zach Chappell and Sam Connors, and 2 for Anuj Dal. Just the 4 bowlers used. Pat Brown, 5 overs for 17, the other bowler to have been used. And at the moment, Neil Godrich is chatting with Paul Baldwin and Neil Mallender, our 2 umpires, but the little extra sleeve things that they put over the covers in between each of the individual covers are just being put on. So, or is it? No, they're taking them off again
taking
now.
them off.
Excellent. So we perhaps won't go in here because the players are starting to come down the steps again. So almost nonsensically, we went off at 121. No, must have been later than that. 125. I'm going to say. I'm going to put 124 because cricket always sounds better when you have a ridiculous number. Well, last night I was looking at the Mickey Arthur's coming out now as well. I was looking at the covers are coming off. I was looking at the text commentary from the England-Ireland game at Headingley, and they said the latest we can start a 20-a-side game, effectively a T20, is 5:32. Which is a little bit specific, isn't it? Either 5:30 or 25 to 6, but don't give me.
You'd really like to hope that they would round it up to the nearest 5 if there were a possibility.
Up or down, but just don't start. Golf tee times are always like that as well, aren't
yes,
they?
Of course, you did the same
4 minutes apart
what you
or whatever.
call it, spacing. That's what I'm after. Yeah. Of course.
So the covers have gone. The umpires are replacing the stumps. We've had 2 balls of the Sam Connors over. His 11th, 3 for 26. His figures so far. And while the sun is shining now, the direction from which all those clouds arrived and put a little bit of rain down, but not much, have got worse. And they always look worse when the sun's out. They look darker, don't they? But they do look quite dark at the moment. That's sort of crept up on us a bit. We were we had been told there might be some rain about 3 o'clock-ish, but we won't lose any time or overs over that brief interruption because everybody's back out there now. But the lights remain on it. Cricket is mad.
Yeah, well, probably the best thing that can happen as far as not losing game time, not that Sussex will agree, but is that it falls right as Sussex get bowled out, and then at least you can save 10 minutes worth of game time. But yeah, I would be shocked if it doesn't rain again fairly soon. I can see why the umpires felt, right, we've got to get ahead of this, because it does look as if it could be pretty heavy when it does fall, but it hasn't really yet. And so that awkward situation of having gone off and the sun coming out, what do we do? Well, we better play some cricket, I guess.
Do you have to do at 1:30?
I do.
Excellent.
Yes.
Well, if you go then. I wasn't sure if I had to or not, but I'm just listening to Robbie Williams at the moment, which is no way to spend your lunchtime. And here we go again. Third over of the Connors over. Third ball of the Connors over. That makes more sense. Hudson Prentice on strike on 8, and in he goes, and he drives it, but doesn't time it. And Liz Deploy does the fielding. I'm not sure if I've got a 1:30. I am available if anybody's listening for a 1:30. I have absolutely no idea who's producing this morning's programme. We shall soon find out. Here is Connors. In and bowls, and that's dug out by Hudson Prentice, who turns and puts his bat back in the crease. Here is Connors. Again, from the racecourse end, 5th ball of his over. And that one is edged down to third man by Finn Hudson Prentice for 4 runs. He took a real swing at that one, did Hudson Prentice. Sussex moved to 81 for 8. Another false shot. ball is on its way back, but it's been dried out or dried off by Wayne Madsen, who's in charge of the towel. He's still drying it now. In fact, Anish Dahl's joining in, and Matt Lamb's having a look as well. I'll be able to give you most of the scores in the meantime in the second division. Worcestershire Durham has been delayed by rain down at New Road. Worcestershire 179 for 4. Yorkshire at Old Art for 155. And Leicestershire currently 110 for 6. So chances of a proper finish there. In the first division, Lancashire 114 for 3 against Nottinghamshire. Middlesex 19 without loss in their second innings, still trailing Warwickshire by 175 as Connors is on his way in and bowls. That's defended by Finn Hudson-Prentice, and there is no run. It's the final ball of the over as well. Will be Zach Chappell to bowl the first over after lunch from the City end. He's going to be bowling initially to the new batsman, Jadev Anadkat, who waits. Chappell bowls to him and he strikes him on the pad. There's an appeal from the slip cordon, but not from the bowler, which is always a giveaway. .81 for 8 it remains. I'm assuming that they don't want me at 1:30 then. So I'll be back at 2 o'clock for the next update on BBC Radio Derby, so we can all rest easy. Here comes Chappell again in and bowls, and that's turned into the leg side by Anadkat. Just goes for a little stroll towards square leg. 3 slip fielders in place. Harry Kane, Wayne Madsen, Liz deploy with Matt Lamb at gully. Anish Dahl as ever at point. Alex Thompson at extra cover. Lewis Rees at mid-on. No, it's Pat Brown at extra cover, I beg your pardon. As in comes Chappell and bowls a full delivery that's driven. Pat Brown will have to chase this because I don't think he's going to have the legs to get all the way to the boundary. And Adcat comes back for his second. He's thinking about 3 and he's going to take on the arm here. That's interesting. And the throw's decent enough, although he kicks the ground, Pat Brown. But Anadkat gets back for a third, and Sussex move on to 84 for 8. Alex Thompson's actually at mid-wicket, and that long leg, deep backward square leg, really. Sam Connors is the other fielder not mentioned thus far. So that's everybody. And Lewis deploys obviously spotted something because he's come out of the slip cordon and he's gone to mid-off for Finn Hudson-Prentice, which means that Pat Brown comes around a little bit to a more orthodox cover position. Lights on. Half the sky in front of us. Unfortunately, the half that's already passed is blue, as this next delivery was a swing and a miss from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who took 2 steps towards Zach Chappell then. Finn's obviously going to try and score a few while he can, by the look of it.
Yes, I think that's probably the right move, given that there's only Sean Hunt remaining in the Sussex batting line. But Adcat's not got a terrible first-class record. He's got a first-class higher score of 92, which is only 7 runs shy of that 99 that you mentioned as Hudson-Prentice's highest. But and that shot for 3 was a pleasant one, but it was a shot which gave me the impression he might be here for a good time rather than a long one. And so I think Hudson Prentice has got to be thinking,
both of them are taking that attitude now. 84 for 8. Chapel is in and bowls. That one is down the leg side. Came off a pad and thuds into the advertising boards down below us for 4-leg buys. 88 for 8. I was just about to go and look up Sussex's lowest score against Derbyshire, which I will do nonetheless. I think it's always worth looking things like that up.
Yeah, because they can sometimes be not as low as you think they might be.
This one will be ridiculously low. You watch now.
Probably.
Yeah.
17 or something.
Well, the trouble is when you go back into the mists of time, as Chapel is in and bowls, and that's clubbed up towards mid-on. He didn't time it at all. Excuse me. If he had timed it, it would have been heading into Chaddeston. He didn't, and as a result, there is no run. It's the end of the over. 88 for 8 after 33. It's like Chapel 9 overs, 1 maiden. 3 for 29. The lowest total for Sussex against Derbyshire. Oh dear, I was in alphabetical order. That's useful. Is it? I think. No, I can't find it. Oh, there we go. 60 and 45. 60 in 1935 and 45 at Hove in 1880.
Is the 60 here?
No, the 60 is erroneous because that's Surrey.
Oh, right, so it might be the lowest on this ground then, potentially. But
Man alive. I'll have a look.
Here comes Connors, and he bowls to Unadkat. He'll get runs here, backward a point. Actually, no, just in the singular. I thought they might manage to start with, but again, just used to judging the pace of the ball across quicker outfield, and of course the ball's not running away, so it is just the single. 89 for 8. No, I don't.
56 at Hastings.
I don't know why I even mentioned it, because I'm not.
56 here in 1974.
Okay.
So all records are off now, so we can ignore that.
I won't come up with any new ones.
But if you've got any more, I'm more than capable. Probably.
In September.
I've just got used to it again, and I'll forget it all over the next 6 months. And come April, if I'm spared and still in a job, who knows? I might have to learn it or I'll have to do it all over again.
Let's see what Hudson Prentice has got lined up off this delivery. There's a deep square leg out. Connors bowls. He's lined up a big swish across the line. He's edged it and he's dropped at second slip. So he gets a life on 12 and just a punch of one hand to the other. Is that Wayne Madsen? He's dropped that. I almost can't believe my eyes. It was probably made trickier by the fact that you're not really used to an outside edge flying off that particular shot. It's not very often that a hoy to mid-wicket is edged to second slip in a championship match.
That was tougher than the one that Connors had dropped off him by Mark Watt last week when it went straight to his chest. Do you remember that one?
You know, I actually don't.
Excellent.
Here comes Connors and bowls. It's clipped away down to his long leg by Hudson Prentice for a single. It's now 90 for 8. It wasn't in the second innings, was it?
Oh,
because I wasn't here for the second innings.
No,
I'm trying to spare myself because I don't.
Yeah, no,
I don't remember.
Yes, it was. It was very early, and it was in the second innings on the final day when, if they'd have got that wicket, I think the openers put on 60 or 80 or something, and yeah, it could have been. It could have been different. It could have been so different, but it wasn't. It's going to rain soon.
It is. I mean, you can see the rain falling where the weather's coming from. It's only a matter of time. As Connors moves in, bowls to Unadkat, who plays a very neat-looking defensive shot up to mid-off and does not get a run. Sussex try to inch towards at least 3 figures. This is, I mean, in general, not been actually really skittled out that many times this season, Sussex. They've, at least not, perhaps I'm just comparing it to the cricket that I've seen. But, you know, in terms of really low scores, 137 they were bowled out for in the second innings by Yorkshire at Hove. As Connors is in bowls full, and it's pushed, again, quite pleasantly by Unadkat up to the fielder at mid-off. But really, as far as very low scores go, I think that's the only innings where they've been bowled out for less than 200 this season. So they've always made some sort of a fist of it, but not so far here. There's a fourth slip in place. Deep point is back, as well as deep square, and Anadkat lets the ball go, hoping that Anadkat would just push a single there, but decided not to play, and there we go, they're going off. You can't actually see, oh, there we go, yeah. There's not much rain at the moment, but again, it's just they know what's coming. It looks absolutely filthy where the weather's coming from. So, first drop of rain, and umpires Malander and Baldwin have decided to get the covers on, and the ground staff were not slow in moving off towards the playing area. So Sussex, what have they added? They've actually had a decent session. 13
without loss.
Without loss since lunch, yes.
Yeah. Even Zach Chappell looks like he's going to leave the field this time. He's actually jogging, mainly so he doesn't get mown down by the tractor that's dragging the covers behind it. He's managed to escape that. So, yeah, disappointing. This doesn't look great, by the way. Although, having said that, it might skirt a little bit. So stick with us. You know where to find us. We're in the usual places, and we will return in the fullness of time, I'm sure, for more cricket. We will start to lose overs, though. Having said that, we've already lost 192. So what's another 10 between friends? Derbyshire in a good position, though. Sussex 90 for 8. Finnerton Prentice on 13. Yadev Anadkat is on 4, and Sussex, as I say, 90 for 8. So we'll just take our leave for a few minutes, and we'll return when this shower has passed. in and balls to Reed. 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 Draw 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 in and balls to Reed. and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed. In and balls to Reed. and balls to Reed. In 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 and balls to Reed. and balls to Reed. Jadev Onadkat on 4, not 3. Onadkat has 4. I'm trying to work out who bowled last, and I can't honestly remember. We'll soon find out, though. It looks as though, no, it doesn't. They're just putting the bails on. Paul Baldwin at the racecourse end and Neil Mallender at the city end. We haven't read the scores for a long time, mainly because we haven't been here. See if we can find some for you. There's an awful lot of matches delayed by rain. Yorkshire against Leicestershire. Yorkshire 24 without loss in their second innings. Trailing by 54 at Grace Road, but it's raining. Worcestershire 2, 48 for 4 against Durham at New Road. They're playing there. Bad light at Chelmsford, where Hampshire are 322 for 8, trailing Essex by 125. Rain at Taunton, where Somerset are 404 for 4. Middlesex, they are playing at Lords. They're 70 without loss, still trailing Warwickshire by 124, but a good start in their second innings. And there is rain at Old Trafford, where Lancashire are 225 for 6. They're playing, though, at the Oval. Surrey 105 for 6, still trailing Northamptonshire by 252. It's going to be Zach Chappell to get us back underway from the city end. He's bowled nicely today. He's picked up 3 wickets, 3 for 29 from his 9 overs. Sam Connors, 3 for 32 from 12. Anuj Dal, 2 for 3 from 8. Pat Brown, 5 overs for 17. And 6 catches for Brooke Guest, the first Derbyshire wicketkeeper to take 5 wickets, 5 catches before lunch. Anyway, here's Zach Chappell bowling to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's had a flash at one outside the off stump. This is going to be fun. It goes through to Brooke Guest. And we are indeed back underway here at the county ground in Derby. The sun is shining. The shadows are lengthening. The pitch, I imagine, is the playing area, that is, not the pitch on which they're playing the match, but the outfield is a little bit moist, one would imagine. And there was a moment when the blotter broke down and had to be towed off by the tractor. Here is, very comical, here is Zach Chappell in and bowls, and it's edged and dropped by Wayne Madsen. It was a difficult chance, but he probably should have taken it. He's dislocated his finger. Ouch. That looks unpleasant, and Wayne Madsen is going to race off. It's a certain dislocation. I hope it's not a break, but he's running off the field now, and Harry Kame has got his hand over his mouth, and that doesn't look great. Hudson-Prentice with the edge. And it was just in the fingertips of Wayne Madsen, and he raced off the field. That is not a good look. Madsen straight up the steps, off the field, and presumably into the medical room. That didn't look good, and Harry Kame just still got his hand over his mouth. Suggestions that there might be a bit of unpleasantness there, and that might be the end of Wayne Madsen's season. But we'll wait and find out. We won't want to speculate at this early stage, but that didn't look great. Didn't look great at all. It went very, very quickly. And off he went. And now Matt Lamb's gone into second slip, and Harry Kame is just telling him what he's seen. Pat Brown's come down to third man. We will have a substitute fielder on. I imagine it's Nick Potts. He has been on. Yep, there he is at cover. That wasn't good. Hopefully be able to update you when we find out more on Wayne Madsen's condition. In comes Chappell and bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who whips this one away. He picked up 4, incidentally, from the previous delivery after it burst through Wayne Madsen's hands and damaged a finger, I think, on the right hand. 96 for 8 now with that single to Hudson-Prentice. Looks about closest up into Pat Brown. He's down below us with his Derbyshire cap. Everybody bar Matt Lamb and Anuj Dal are wearing their caps. Those two wearing sun hats, which is also the preferred headgear for the man who's bowling now, Zach Chappell. who comes in from the city end and bowls to an Adcat who drives very pleasantly. It's half stopped by Zach Chappell, and the fielding is completed by Leas deploying 96 for 8. In comes Chappell. And bowls, and that is whipped into the leg side by Finn Hudson-Prentice for 4, out to the backward square leg boundary. Nice shot from the former Derbyshire man. And the 100 is up for Sussex, 100 for 8 as Hudson-Prentice moves on to 23 with his second boundary of the over. Chappell bowls, and that's almost gets underneath Hudson-Prentice's bat. He just about manages to keep it out with a combination of the bottom edge of the bat and his pads. And the first over after the rain delay is complete. 100 for 8. We have 30 overs remaining today. Harry Kame's now telling anybody who'll listen what Wayne Madson's finger looked like. And it will be Sam Connors to bowl from the racecourse end. More rain this evening, apparently, after we've finished here by the sound of it, which is disappointing. And Seaborn, like the athlete he is back, looking slightly confused. He's got the Roy Orbisons on. How are you, Ed?
Yeah, radio silence.
Oh, excellent.
Anyway.
Well, there'll be even more now because I'm going.
Here comes Connors then, bowling short, pulled in the air and caught at mid-wicket. So there's the 9th wicket, and Connors has his 4th as Unadkat got a ball which, in fairness, he was well within his rights to go after. He's just picked out the fielder. Alex Thompson, not a man who you particularly want to be firing the ball too near because he's got rather a large wingspan on him. So the catch taken just as Sussex have managed to at least spare the blushes of falling short of 3 figures. But again, really very little that you could blame Unadkat for there because he's not really in the side for his batting, and he got a ball which was short, tried to club it away, but has holed out. So Sean Hunt is the last man for Sussex. To be honest, there's really, imagine nothing to be gained by Sussex really particularly blocking here, certainly not Hudson-Prentice. Just a matter of trying to get whatever runs they can, and then they've just got to get bowling and hope that they can make some decent use of a pitch which you'd imagine would certainly be friendly for the bowlers, although I don't think Sussex would be so keen to provide the pitch as an ultimate excuse, because whilst it's certainly been a factor, I'm not sure that the entirety of what's gone on here, 100 for 9, can be attributed to the pitch. So Connors has got 5 balls here at Hunt. There are 4 slips, very much 4 in the cordon rather than 3 in a gully. Connors is into Hunt, who plays a defensive shot down into the ground, and it goes out towards 4th slip. So there is no run. I guess having said that, Hudson Prentice will swing the bat. You always want to, as a number 11, dig in and play for your partner. Hudson Prentice could smack another 20 or 30 runs. You never know. Might
make all the difference.
Well, yes. I mean, there we go. Here comes Connors, bowls to Hunt, and that's clipped up towards mid-on. There's no run. So I sort of forget, because to me it really does feel like day one, because it's the first day I've been here. Yes, so sometimes in my kind of summing up of the game, it's easy just to forget.
Can I just say hello to John Twigg? I'm not sure if Andy's listening as well, but John Twigg's listening, who's Twiggy's brother, as you might guess from his name. I just had a message to say he's watching and listening, so very good afternoon, John. They've been enjoying a holiday. I don't do requests normally.
Connors bowls, Hunt plays, misses. The ball doesn't actually carry through to Guest anyway, so I'm not sure he would have had his, was it 7th dismissal?
Yes, he's on 6 at the moment.
Yeah,
he needs another one to equal Bob Taylor and Harvey Hussain. That Wayne Madsen incident didn't look great, did it?
No.
No. It
didn't. I mean, I think Hudson Prentice has been dropped on 13 twice, and I think it was it 13 the first one? 12. Okay, so he's been dropped twice, 1 run apart, about 3 hours apart. Connors bowls to Hunt, who plays and misses again.
Doing his best, isn't
not
he?
To nick it. Yes.
I mean, Harry Kame's reaction, standing next to him at slip, suggested that it was fairly unpleasant. I thought it was dislocated, but I think it might be worse than that. I'm not one to speculate on medical matters. He was able to run from the field, but clearly putting into doubt his ability to bat, you would have thought. He may well be required today, who knows?
I must admit, I didn't actually get a great glance at the whole thing. Connors is into bowl, and Hunt's nicked this one down into the ground. It flies sharply towards 4th slip. That's going to be a hand stinger as well, especially after having been off the field for a while. But the ball was stopped clean, and the score 100 for 9 at the end of that over. But yeah, I was desperately shouting down the line.
Okay.
Call at that point. So
yeah, no, fair enough.
I didn't actually. I saw the drop, but I didn't really see everything that followed.
He sort of went across to his left, and it looked to me as though it was a finger on his right hand, potentially little finger, but yeah, it didn't look great. And Harry Kame, who's at first slip blowing into his hands at the moment because it's not particularly pleasant out there, despite the fact that the sun is shining, had his hand over his mouth for quite some time and was keen to tell anybody who'd listened exactly what had happened. Wayne Madsen basically ran off the field straight up the steps, and that was the last we saw of him. And we wish Wayne well, of course, and hopefully it isn't as bad as it could potentially be, but it absolutely flew off the edge of Finn Hudson Prentice's bat. He's on 23. Sean Hunt is yet to get off the mark, and Zach Chappell looking for his 4th wicket to match Sam Connors at 100 for 9. He's going to bowl from the city end, and there's a big swing and a miss. That one would have probably veered left into the trees, I think, off the first tee. As it was, he didn't hit the ball at all. He needs a bit more Happy Gilmore about him, and he needs to charge down the wicket and hit the ball as it's moving. You need a cap there, don't you?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you want one? There's one on the back of this bag in the loop. You'll find a cap, which you need to remove. No, come on, check yourself. Here comes Chappell.
Oh, I see what you mean.
In bowls. Oh, this one's gone straight up in the air. Who's going to get underneath this one? It's being chased down by Brooke Guest, who takes the catch, and he does indeed have his 7th catch. And Finn Hudson Prentice goes for 23. And Sussex are all out for 100. A good catch that, because he had to get a fair amount of ground, and Zach Chappell picks up his 4th wicket as well, 4 for 39. So Derbyshire will bat, and they will have 26 overs to bat in by the look of it, or will it indeed be, I don't know, it might be 28. I've no idea really. We'll keep you up to date on that one. But Finn Hudson Prentice goes for 23 off 29. He couldn't do much more, really.
No, you can't blame him for having a swing, can you? What else was there with the 11 out there? And you can't exactly just block on this surface. So, well, not at this stage anyway, I should say. So 100 all out, yes. As I said, whilst you were doing the update, I think not entirely without mitigation, but I don't think that. Well, I'll be interested to hear what Sussex make of it, but I should think they're certainly not going to say that it's a 100 all out strip. They've played some poor shots up front.
There are a few of those, aren't there?
Yeah, they've played some poor shots up front, which got them on the back foot. There was some good bowling. I think the middle order were possibly less to blame than the top order as far as their dismissals went, and just one of those things really. And it must be rather disheartening for the players who are playing in this game for Sussex, given the fact they know who's missing, they know that they've lost 2 days worth of cricket, so promotion chances really rested on both Worcestershire slipping up and Sussex managing to force 2 wins. And given the amount of time lost in that game, in this game I should say, and actually also in the game at New Road, it's made it tricky. So it can't have been easy for them. At the same time, I'm sure they will be rather disgruntled with 100 all out.
Indeed. Well, we'll take a 5-minute break here because we're not going to talk nonsense through the break. We'll save that for when Sussex come out to bowl. And that'll also give Ed the opportunity to sort his cap out. 100 all out then, Sussex. 4 for 32, Sam Connors. 4 for 39, Zach Chappell. 2 for 3, Anuj Dal, the wicket takers. We'll be back with you in the fullness of time. In and balls to Reed. 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 One of the top sides in the Northwest Cricket League, if not the best side in Blackrod, which is my club. Well, I say my club, I go and watch them. My lad plays for them, so it may or may not have been his cap at some time in the past. He now has a proper cap, a bit like the Derbyshire caps. They wear the baggy caps, which I particularly like, I have to say. Anyway, that's entirely irrelevant. Sussex bowled out for, well, 100. And we don't think Wayne Madsen's going to bat for reasons that are reasonably obvious. It looks like he's damaged his hand trying to take a catch at slip. Finn Hudson-Prentice with the edge. And an ad cat will open the bowling, of course he will, from the city, and this game could be over tonight. I've just heard the weather forecast incidentally before, and it said there are more showers on the way tonight and tomorrow. Anyway, an ad cat bowls, and it's defended by Harry Kane, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's certainly tipping it down somewhere to the south and east of us.
Not good.
Does look.
You've got to look
rather
over
nasty, that
sort of
cloud.
southwest west is where it's coming from.
I mean, it doesn't look that bad over there.
I think
at
we'll
the
be all
moment.
right today.
I think it's just a question of light, isn't it? If that darker bank came
Yes.
over and sat over. It's just whether we still get some brighter stuff so that we get a bit of sunlight.
Could do with raining on this window in front of me. It's a bit dirty. And Adcat is in and bowls to Came, who defends off the back foot this time, out into the offside.
So an Adcat, the man who took 6 foot in Sussex's last game, and rather having looked as though they were going to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, they then snatched victory from the jaws of defeat again, thanks to an Adcat Sussex 6 for 94. They have had terrific production in general from their overseas bowlers this season.
Left armour, of course, that for the next delivery. He's turned down a fine leg by Harry Kane. There is a fielder down below us, so he's only going to get a single Harry Kane. The fielder down below us is Henry Crocombe. And Derbyshire are up and running. They're 1 without loss in the first over. They will have 26 overs to bat this evening.
I think McAndrew, 31 wickets at 24. Shipley was perhaps less.
Yeah, well, he played in the
prolific,
game against
but
Derbyshire down.
He certainly had
Cove.
his moment with the bat action. In fact, he tops the batting averages. Average of 58. How's that?
A few not outs there.
There are, you know.
Can't beat a few red inkers. Lewis Rees to face his first delivery from an Adcat, and he allows it to go through to wicket-keeper Ollie Carter, with all of his hair coming out the back of his cap. Pretty much all of his hair as well, the way that his trim is. It's got even wilder than the last time I saw him, which was in the one-day cup. I think he played in that. I'm fairly sure he did. Finn Hudson-Prentice looks like he's getting ready to bowl the first over from the racecourse end. He's at point. There are 3 slips, or probably 4 slips really, rather than 3 slips and a gully. As an Adcat comes in and bowls to Rees, who turns this into the leg side. There's going to be a single there, a fairly comfortable one as well, as Dan Ibrahim does the fielding. Derbyshire 2 without loss and rattling along.
I mean, you always think when you get these low scores that so much depends on, early on. If Derbyshire even get an opening partnership of 30 or something like that, then you start to wonder where Sussex's heads are going to go after what's been already.
You'd also think that they won't be bowled out for 102nd time, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's unlikely.
You would hope if you're Sussex,
not to happen. And Adcat bowls, that one keeps a bit low. And it was fiddled out by Harry Kane. He missed it, didn't carry through to Carter. And it's the end of the first over, 2 without loss, Derbyshire. And it is indeed going to be the man with the ponytail who makes things happen. He's not from Yorkshire. It's Finn Hudson-Prentice just sorting his hair out.
Yes, I know how much you love talk of fantasy cricket teams, but the man who makes things happen made a -5
the real
happen
one.
for as in Jordan Thompson.
Good.
Made a -5 happen for me last week as captain. Yeah, he's still in there this week. Yes.
Good. I'm glad you're suffering.
Yeah.
Cannot abide the proliferation of ridiculous fantasy football and cricket.
I would love to know how many people there are sitting at home at the moment going, "Oh yes, I agree." Would love. There'll be so many of you, and I feel you.
You know how to get in touch.
Yes. Here comes Hudson-Prentice around the wicket to bowl to Rees down the leg side, clipped past Carter. It was turned fine. There was no chance of a catch unless Ollie Carter happened to be another foot taller. I don't think even the likes of Ben Folkes would have been able to pull that catch off down the leg side. And so it's a boundary. So Derbyshire all the way ready up to 6 without loss, and Rees on to 5. So already 6% of Sussex's total.
Oh, very good. Very good. I
thought you'd like that.
Yeah, it's very good.
4 slips in
use
place.
that in the 5 o'clock.
Yes, you should do.
it
Use it as a percentage. They'll love it.
I'm all over it.
In comes Hudson-Prentice bowling, and Rees defends. It goes out into the leg side.
If it could stay at 6%, that'd be useful, because it's all about the inflation figure today, which is 6.7, I think, or something like that. So that'd be handy. I know they can't.
Again, they would love those parallels.
Yeah,
They've been talking about that sort of thing.
They can't get 6.7% of the total, but I'm not sure how I'll work it in. I'll think of something.
Yeah, you round it up to 7.
Yes.
So 1 run in the next, what, 35, 40 minutes? This is whipped away towards the mid-wicket fielder by Rees, and I've got to sprint back for a quick second run here as it's mid-on in the end, who manages to stop it. Rees collects 2, moves to 7. So, I mean, in some ways, again, you talk about how just a 30 or 40 run partnership here from Derbyshire basically breaks the back of Sussex's title already, but it's almost, and they won't be thinking about it in that respect, but it's almost a shot to nothing to get that 30 or 40 run partnership. You don't want to be outplaying loose shots, of course you don't, but at the same time there's every reason to be positive. Hudson Prentice bowls short, wide, and you certainly be positive to that, because that is easy pickings for somebody like Rees. Clatters it away through cover on the cut shot, and already 10 runs from the over, and there's still 2 balls left, 12 without loss.
Well, the highest partnership in the Sussex innings was 23 for the 9th wicket, wasn't it? Between an Adcat and Finn Hudson Prentice, from 77 for 8 to 100 for 9. I think I can't see that the others were anywhere near that big. Even my
Hudson Prentice bowls left alone outside the off stump.
rudimentary maths would suggest that that is the highest partnership. So
yes, in general, I say they've lost 3 wickets in the 60s, but for the most part it was 18, 9, 13, 17. they just lost wickets at regular intervals. Well, but until they got into the 60s, it wasn't a sort of absolute cascade.
They lost their first 8 wickets, didn't they?
Here goes Hudson Prentice, and he beats the edge of Rees. That's much more the spot which needs to be hit. And I think if you do hit that area on full of a good length, roundabout off stump, then I don't think you really need to do masses more. It's just about consistently hitting that sort of area, and what variation there is in bounce should be able to do the rest, never mind if you can manage to extract any movement, either out of the pitch or through the air as well. 12 for no wicket, Derbyshire, after 2 overs.
Yeah, 6 and over will see them in the lead by the end of the night. I'm not suggesting they're going to carry on at this kind of pace. Rees has 11, Kame has 1, and Harry Kame is on strike now for an Adcat's next over from the city end, and he just turns that one off his hip for a single down to fine leg, where it's fielded by Crocombe. So 13 for none for 1. Where did I get that from?
I'm sure a 6 down against Durham with a retiree for what that's worth, which at the moment is very little, as they've already picked up
if anybody wants
a batting point.
Wants a laugh, just trawl through. I wouldn't recommend this ordinarily, but Martin Emerson's Twitter timeline, there was an incredible tweet in that. It's me, an Adcat bowls, and it's left alone by Lewis Rees. It's not taken cleanly by Carter, in which he witters on. I think that's the only way to put it. He witters on about the amount of time lost to rain at all grounds bar Chesterler Street, which is clearly the driest place in the world. It's drier than the Sahara Desert, Chesterler Street, and mostly warmer. And you can't understand why the entire world doesn't live there. That's the gist of the tweet anyway, but I think you'll enjoy it if you go back and look for it. 13 without loss, and Adcat bowls and Rees defends. Straight back to the bowler, or towards the bowler. It took its time reaching him. 5 o'clock news has started, very excitingly. And this one sounds like it's quite plain sailing, unlike the 2 o'clock, which was slightly chaotic. 13, it was the shambles. 13 without loss. We've all been there, though. Those buttons don't press themselves, you know. Halfway through this over, and Adcat bowls, and Rees takes his bottom hand off the bat as he fends that one away into the leg side. In from square leg comes Dan Ibrahim. He's more of a mid-wicket, to be fair. He's very much in front of the square leg umpire.
He was doing that a lot last week, Rees, taking the hand off the bat. It seems to be something that, obviously you'll watch him more than I do, but it seems to be something that he does.
Well, it's not something I've noticed a lot of. I just wonder if perhaps he's got a damaged hand.
Right, in that case, that was where I was going to go next with it, yeah.
Yeah, he's not said anything, but quite often has an injury. And he faces this next delivery and clips it straight to Dan Ibrahim at mid-wicket this time. So 1 ball left in the over. 90 seconds into the bulletin. I wonder. Come on. How slow is a Nadcat walking back to his mark here? Come on, son.
Well, goodness knows after what has happened, over-rate rise with Sussex this season, that you wouldn't want to be picking up any minus points.
No, that's true. Here he comes to bowl the final ball of the 4th over. He's in and bowls to Rees, who clips this one, tries to clip it into the leg side. I thought he had, but it got a leading edge up to mid-off. And it's the end of the over. Just 1 leg by from that over. And Derbyshire after 3 are 13 without loss.
Yeah, so far not a huge amount of alarm, but it is still just a few overs in. Quite often you just see it take just a few overs for a lacquer to come off the ball, although it has to be said the wickets that we've seen not really been down to prodigious swing yet. It's not absolutely ideal swing bowling conditions. Being a little bit cooler than you would like. Came waggling his bat at the striker's end. Hudson Prentice getting his first go. The right-hander, and he's into bowl. Came covers up and plays the ball towards mid-on. There is no run. So Crocombe and Hunt, guess, would be first change. Hudson Prentice getting the nod to take the new ball. I'll be hoping they don't have to use much of anybody else. They certainly shouldn't have to tonight, so to speak, this evening. 22.5 overs left in the day. Where's he gone? Hudson Prentice has disappeared. Where is he? He's just disappeared behind the left-hand side of the window. I had no idea where he was off to.
I think somebody threw the ball past
Yes, I
him
can only
there.
imagine that's what he was going to fetch. Hudson Prentice in bowls, well wide of off stump, came, watches it to go through to Carter. One of those things where you sort of wish that you could just point whoever threw it as the bowler to go off and fetch it.
You threw it there.
Mid-off and mid-on are quite close in. Got Crocombe at mid-off and Nadcat at mid-on. They're certainly in quite a lot closer than Hudson Prentice, but I know there have been a fair few bowlers in their time with an errant throw would have...
Yeah, I'm not fetching that.
Especially to a young bowler there in Crocombe, you go off and fetch it. Hudson Prentice into Came, who's taking a positive step forward, but then just blocking the ball to mid-off.
Yes, I wouldn't expect an Nadcat to go and get it.
No.
I think even as an overseas batsman, you probably wouldn't be expected to go and get it. But if you're one of the opening bowlers, then absolutely not. But Henry Crocombe was a little bit tardy there, reacting.
I couldn't, as I say, just looked up and all of a sudden Hudson Prentice wasn't there. So I was wondering what exactly I'd missed, whether he'd moved off to another part of the universe or something. Forward goes Came and plays towards cover point. There's no run.
I got the 13% in.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Excellent.
He said, and Derbyshire are already batting. I said, yeah, they've got 13% of Sussex's total. Marvellous.
Quantum tunnelling. That's where I was trying to get to with the whole moving to a different part of the universe business.
Is that like what happened in Quantum Leap, the TV series?
Probably. We just completely disappear and end up somewhere else.
But like Doctor Who and the TARDIS.
That just can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see any reason why not.
It's just very, very unlikely. This is worked away by Came down towards long leg. There will be just a single there. Oh, no, there won't. There'll be two. Good running, actually. I thought that, especially because of his stealthy move towards the ball and then a desperate hurl in from Sean Hunt down at fine leg, I thought he would manage to dissuade them, but they weren't dissuaded, and they get through for 2-15 without loss. Sort of, a lot of effort there. I'm trying to get to this ball. You will not take me. Oh, hang on, they already did, yeah.
They're back.
It was sharp running. Hudson Prentice into bowl, and another ball which is let go by Came to complete Hudson Prentice's second over, 2 runs from it, although actually beat the bat in his first over, but not in that one. 4 overs gone. And Derbyshire 15 without loss, and so far you wouldn't particularly believe that this is a pitch where we've just seen a side bowled out for 100.
No, I think you're probably right, actually. Yeah, they've called it for the day at Manchester. Lancashire 225 for 6. And at Taunton, where Somerset are 404 for 4.
How many sixes did... Okay, still 8 sixes for Cola Cadmore.
Back out at Grace Road as well, which is good news. As an Adcat bowls, just takes the edge of the bat, goes down into the ground, into the slip cordon. Yorkshire are 63 without loss, second time around, but still trailed by 15, which is sort of lessening the chances of a positive victory. Either way, you would have thought. Worcestershire 284 for 6 against Durham, showing no signs of stopping, are they? So they'll just carry on. Raining now at Chelmsford. They were off a bad light initially, raining at Lords, but not at the Oval. How does that work? And Adcat bowls, and that's gone past the edge of Lewis Reese's bat again.
So I'm trying to think, 21 points is the gap between Worcestershire and Leicestershire. So Worcestershire would need, they've won 5 games as well, so they'll have the tiebreaker if it's level. And so that means they need 3 batting points and then to get full bowling points, and they would be ahead of Leicestershire no matter what, and looks as if they will be ahead of Sussex as well. So
Leicestershire got 3 bonus points from this game.
I'm not sure it's a bit of a stretch for Worcestershire to get the 3 batting points though.
Next delivery from an Adcat is defended by Lewis Rees. Yeah, they've got 40 overs left.
Yeah, well they've got
Oliveira
out there on 58, Allison's with him, but they're 284 for 6, but Hose was off, retired hurt, so I've still not managed to see whether that was concussion related or general injury. So yeah, what am I, 3 points, they've got to get to 350, so a bit of work to do.
They'll be all right next week. They play Yorkshire next week, I think.
Yes, I mean they're surely going to go up.
And Adcat balls edged and into the ground and away down to third man for 4 runs in between second and third slip. That one off Lewis Reese's bat. He moves on to 15, and Derbyshire 19 without loss.
Another perfectly placed ball.
A lot of the edges, they played hard at the ball, Sussex top order batsmen especially, whereas Lewis Rees is sort of angling the bat, so it almost certainly will hit the deck. As long as it hits the deck a foot or so in front of the slip cordon, then he's going to be fine. And with the pace of the bowler, it might well get through that cordon as it did on that occasion. So Derbyshire have learnt from the way Sussex batted. The sun has disappeared, which is slightly alarming as an Adcat bowls to Rees and he defends it.
It would be alarming if it completely disappeared.
Yes, that would be the worst thing. Yes, I've already been chastised this season twice, I think. You might have been one of the people who did it, actually. When I said that the sun isn't moving, the earth is, but of course the sun is moving as well.
Oh, I see. Yes, I remember that now.
Yeah, it's the clouds that move, and the sun pretty much stays in a similar position, although it's moving quicker than we're moving. It's just the kind of thing you can't really get your head around, or certainly I can't. So the sun's moving quicker than the earth, and the earth's moving quite quickly. And Adcat bowls to Rees, and he clips that into the mid-wicket region. 2 fielders chasing after it. One puts the slide in, Sean Hunt, and they come back for 2 more. And Rees moves on to 17 at the end of the over, 21 without loss after 5. Harry Kame has 3, and they will just have their noses in front if they continue at 4 and over between now and the close of play, which is in 21 overs time.
I thought you were going to say 21 minutes then. Thinking, gosh, that's crept up.
No, probably an hour and 20 minutes.
I mean, the original close would have been about 21 minutes, at 5:30. But actually, I say the original, if it had been a, if it had been. Anyway,
it had already moved to 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
And now it's gone probably to 6:30.
There are about 7 or 8 different ifs, buts, and maybes in there, but I think you knew roughly what I was trying to get to. Hudson Prentice is into game. Plays a defensive shot as the ball trickles up towards Adcat at mid-on. There is no run.
Sussex's total, David Griffin informs us, is their lowest all-out total against Derbyshire here at Derby since 1974, when they were dismissed for 56.
Remember it well.
Well, I was 13. No, I wasn't. I was 11. I don't remember it though.
There's Hudson Prentice running in, accelerates to the crease now. He bowls, nicely played by Kame. Just a forward press on the onside. Goes up to Unadkat once more, and there's no run. It's a bit of a slow, funereal wander from a couple of members of the backroom staff around the boundary there.
I know one of them. I don't know them both.
Here comes Finn Hudson Prentice for the next delivery, and it's left alone by Kame. A few gasps, but I don't think even Sussex really managed to sell that was especially close to the off stump. Would help if I took my sunglasses off. Let's put the far brace down there.
Yes, I think so. The one on the right.
Yes, we need to say just the cap and then the sunglasses, which had aided me so well a few moments ago, turned from friend to foe in a matter of seconds. Hudson Prentice is in, and that's tickled into the leg side by Kame, playing round that front pad. Didn't get a huge amount of bat on it, but did manage, A, to make contact with the ball to prevent the LBW shout, and B, to keep the ball down as it's played out to Ibrahim at forward square leg. Yes, it'll be a bit of a ponder for Paul Farbrace after it's been a fairly tumultuous last few days. Hudson Prentice is in full and whipped away by Kame, wristily through wide mid-on. The outfield's quickened up a bit, but it's certainly not enough for that ball to get to the boundary. It's another one of those which I think would have stopped dead had Unadkat not just picked it up before. It did come to a complete halt, and they're through for 3. 24 without loss. Came up to 6.
Almost a quarter of the runs that Sussex scored now. It's a great theme.
You're not going to get bored of doing this now, are you?
No, I'm not. I think it's marvellous. So rarely a team gets bowled out for 100.
Well, I mean, 100
exactly.
exactly.
It's a gift.
Terrific as well,
it's
isn't
a
it?
gift.
Hudson Prentice round the wicket to Reese, edged, and no, it's fallen short of first slip, has it? I thought it was going to be a catch at first slip initially, because it looked as if Reese had got a fairly genuine edge to that, but in the end, Allsop took it at quite a nice height. The only issue was that it wasn't on the full, so that is the end of the over. So at least something for Hudson Prentice to hang his hat on at the end of that over, with just those, well, the one scoring shot there, 3 off it. I mean, that really died. I'm looking at it again, because even off, well, yeah, but even off the bat, it looked as if it might carry, and then it's just died quite late. And you're right, he's played it softly. Credit to Reese.
Unadkat's first delivery of a new over is left alone by Harry Kame outside the off stump.
It's the kind of one, though, where when you see how close third and fourth slips are standing, and at the same time you've also seen a flashing edge potentially do some serious damage to somebody's fingers, so you don't really want to stand too close. And it's the issue of knowing where to stand on a pitch where you've got that variation, not just in bounce, but in pace off the surface.
They'd have to wear helmets if they moved any closer, wouldn't they? As we saw down at Bristol. That one is defended by Harry Kame, pushed up to mid-on. We certainly saw Wayne Madsen and Matt Lamb wearing helmets, fielding in the slips as the pitch's pace diminished.
At Bristol, never.
Well, it was strange, but we believed it with our own eyes. Yes. I think without the loss of overs down at Bristol, we could have had an exciting game, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, you think about all the games this round, I think basically almost without exception there could have been some intriguing finishes.
And a cut round the wicket, driven by Kame into the ground and well claimed by the bowler at the end of his follow-through. Stopped dead, caught the ball, both hands to his left. Terrific reactions.
It wouldn't have been any better if we'd had the rounds in July either.
No. August.
Start of August was pretty rotten. It turned out fine in the end, actually, didn't it?
Yeah, at the beginning of August. The weather did its job beautifully, in my humble opinion. If you know, you know. Here is an Adcat bowling to Came, and he just sort of guides that. It's a strange-looking shot down into the ground, and it's fielded there by the man at fourth slip, James Coles, with a floppy sun hat on. Tom Alsop at first slip. Tom Clark at second slip. And it's
Harrison Ward.
Harrison Ward, it is. You're right. At third slip. Coles at fourth, alongside Ollie Carter, the wicket-keeper. So they sort of have to attack, really, to try to get early wickets. But at the moment, Derbyshire 24 without loss, and this is now the highest partnership of the match. Those are the lights come on, and Adcat bowls, and Came flirts at that one outside the off stump as it goes through to Carter. I think we've dodged a bullet, as they say, because it looks horrible.
Oh, that plane's taking off right into it, although it's doing quite an abrupt turn away now, and I don't blame it.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, bumpy ride.
A bit of turbulence up there. Whatever turbulence is. I'm not very good at international travel and aeroplanes because I don't go on them. I've been on one plane in the last 25 years. Well, two planes because I had to come back.
It's your environmental causes, that, isn't it?
No. And Adcat bowls to Harry Came, who goes on the back foot and defends it out into the offside. And made no over the first of the second of the innings. Both of them bowled by an Adcat 24 without loss after 7. No, I just don't like them. There's not enough room. It's an unpleasant way to travel.
It's a necessary evil for me. I quite like aviation, actually, as I'm sure I've bored you with in the past, but I still don't really love flying. The worst part for me is where you have to remove your belt to go through security, because not only are you trying to keep about 4 or 5 of these trays with everything that you've got in and everything that you have to separate now.
Do you?
Yeah, well, you've got to separate your liquids, you've got to put everything set, you've got to have things where it can be scanned without going through something else and all that sort of thing. So you end up with about 4 or 5 of these trays, and you've got to try and make sure you don't leave something whilst hitching up your trousers at the same time. Hudson Prentice is in around the wicket bowling to Rees. He turns the ball to mid-wickets, and there's no addition to the score.
Well, having only been on 2 planes in the last 25 years plus, I still managed to set one of the alarms off and upset the security people because I think I kept me change in my pocket or something. That's only change, isn't it? No, you can't have that. No.
Yes, I've done that. I'm terrible with security, and I think I nearly forgot my laptop on the way out last time at security. Imagine that would destroyed that. Sorry, this is short outside the off stump from. Well, I say it's short. Actually, it wasn't that short. It was just very wide from Hudson Prentice, and Rees tried to climb into it and has absolutely clothed it to point. He'll be furious about that. The eyes lit up, but he's got a huge gap to try to find on the offside. Nobody between point and mid-off. He's wide, but not that wide. With Sussex basically being forced to go on the attack here. With the 4 slips, opens up gaps elsewhere. Hudson Prentice bowls. Well, he's had another go there as Rees, and it's knocked down at backward point by Ibrahim. I think if you're being particularly critical, he'd say he might have stopped that cleanly, because he managed a single as he just let the ball get away from him a little. But from Hudson Prentice's point of view, he's got away with another one there, 25 with that loss.
You've got David Griffin's Twitter feed. If you're not on it, you should be. They say that sportsmen aren't aware of the camera. Zach Chappell and Sam Connors walking off the field, arm in arm, with their thumbs up, just so he could take the photograph.
Hudson Prentice is in, and a nice looking forward defence from Came. He plays the ball back to the bowler and then makes sure that he hops back into his crease.
That would make a very nice screensaver on your phone, incidentally. I would use it, but I've got one of Des Yoshalaja on mine, Burton Albion's stand-in skipper and midfielder, who is the nicest human being I have ever... What is that? I've ever met. What's yours?
It's a strange...
Is it an aurora?
...phenomenon, which nobody really knows what it is.
All right.
Hudson Prentice is into bowl, and Came again is defending the ball towards mid-on. No, the reason it's a really stupid self-joke.
Is it?
It's called an odd radio circle. So for it sort of fits. You see, it sort of ties together 2 of my interests.
Desi's a phenomenon. who was on
Whoa.
my screensaver. He's a fine
Brave.
human being. Beautiful man. And yeah, no, I like Dej.
Four slips are quite wide, well, quite widely spaced. As in goes Hudson Prentice, a turn towards square leg. Reese was making out as though that was the most comfortable of singles, and just sort of ambles in as the throw is sent in by Dan Ibrahim. That was a slightly odd piece of cricket, that, because I thought surely he's got to hurry up a bit there, but he never really did, and the throw missed anyway. And 8 overs have gone, 26 for no wicket.
Towels, gloves, drinks, the usual palaver now at 26 without loss, with 18 overs to go, which is an hour and 10 minutes, so it is going to be 6:30 by the time we finish here today. In fact, Lewis Rees is now having his left hand looked at by the physiotherapist, Ali, which suggests that he does have an issue with his hand. It's his bowling hand as well. He didn't bowl today, did he? He wasn't called on to bowl today. And immediately, Paul Baldwin is going across and saying, well, we can't have this. But if he's got an issue with his hand, he can't bat. So presumably Mr. Baldwin will be saying, well, if you can't bat, you go. Because it's getting darker. It isn't getting that dark, but the clouds are darker. The sunshine has gone and the lights are on here at the county ground.
Yeah, we're certainly okay for now, but
I can't see us getting 18 overs in,
yes,
personally.
An hour plus. I'm not sure we're going to manage that.
My light in the lounge is timed to come on at 10 to 7 these days at the moment, by which time it's starting to get tricky to see the nose in front of your face indoors. I know we're not in, well, we are, but they're not indoors. So there might be a bit more light, and it's fairly open here. But while there is cloud around, that isn't going to be particularly helpful. I did say before that it was raining at Lord's and it wasn't raining at the Oval. Well, it's still raining at Lord's, and they went off a bad light at the Oval.
They are slightly, and I'm always caught out by this. You sort of think of central London as they're slightly further apart than I tend to budget for when I look on a map. And
there's always the river as well, and rivers do make a big difference to weather systems, and there's any doubt about that. But they are delayed there. They're delayed at Essex. They finished at the games I told you they'd finished at. Worcestershire have picked up a second batting bonus point. They're 301 for 7 now. And they are playing at Grace Road, as I said, and Yorkshire have moved on to 88 without loss as Anad Cap is in and bowls to Harry Kame. Start of a new over. He just guides it down towards backward point, and just for a split second there, Henry Crocombe had no idea where the ball was. I think he landed on it. He's now rubbing his left elbow.
That's the last thing you need on an evening like
this.
this.
Yeah, to get struck by anything. But yeah, I think he's okay. There's no question of him going off or anything like that, but he's giving his left elbow a proper rub. Such a good rub. He even rolled up his long sleeves to rub it. That's how serious that was. 26 without loss. It's all fairly pedestrian at the moment. As Anad Cap bowls, and it's allowed to go through to Carter by Kame. I think Harry's mum and dad were here yesterday. I think it was them. Apologies, Peter. If it wasn't you, it was somebody.
Must have made a lasting impression.
No, I've met Peter, and I'm fairly sure it was him, but I didn't get a chance to say hello to him. Here is Anad Cap in and bowls around the wicket to Harry Kame, who shoulders arms, allows it to go through to Carter once again. Greg's been in touch, Greg Watts. Glad we've got some playing. Good to see Derbyshire bowler team out for once. A couple of questions. He says, did you do commentary of the game at Bristol? The Radio Derby commentary didn't come up on the iPlayer sport website yet. One of the Gloucestershire commentators mentioned you were there. Yes, no, Bristol, Gloucestershire don't have their own in-house commentary for the pictures, but we were there. In fact, we were both there.
We were,
as it turned out. He's got another question. Here comes Anad Cap again, and bowls to Kame, shoulders arms, allows it to go through to Carter. Who's your friend Goose, who you mentioned during the game at Scarborough? It's a brilliant nickname. Well, Goose is Goose. It's difficult to explain, really. He's a sort of friend of Well, I regard him as a friend, no question about it. I've only known him for 4 or 5 years now through following Derbyshire. Slightly eccentric, top man, heart of gold, from Chesterfield, can't understand a word he says. He was part of the quiz team that won the quiz, but we were triumphant at Scarborough, and he's a top man. He's in the ground today, I know, so he won't be listening. As an Adcat bowls, a full of delivery, and it's driven by Harry Kame up towards the long off boundary. There's a chase on here for Sean Hunt, and Sean Hunt loses the race as the ball dribbles into the boundary rope and over it, and Harry Kame's into double figures. He's on 11. And Derbyshire move up to 30 without loss. But yeah, he's a top man Goose. Goose, Paul and Griff are my 3 travelling companions. We don't travel together, but when we get to a place, they're generally all there, and good company in the evenings.
And we did mention that the Goose and Griffin would be a magnificent name for a pub.
Absolutely. Of course, you met Goose. Did you understand a word he said?
I don't think so.
Did you? He must come with us again, because I can't understand him. And I'd cat bowls, and stepping back and then pushing the bat quite a long way from his body there, Harry Kame pushes it into the offside to complete the over, with Derbyshire on 30 without loss, 17 to go in the day, weather permitting. And they trail by just 70 now, having bowled Sussex out for 100. For those just joining us, Sam Connors and Zach Chappell picked up 4 wickets apiece. Anish Dal picked up 2 for 3 from 8, I think it was. But it was certainly very economical and bowled a number of maiden overs. And Sussex's batsmen, some of them didn't cover themselves in glory, I think it's fair to say. Played some ordinary shots, not much foot movement, that kind of thing, and perished as a consequence. And who says good foot movement isn't important? It clearly is.
Certainly in these sorts of conditions, and so far, Harry Kame, with the exception of that one that he had a bit of a go at, has shown exactly that. Change of bowling, and it's Sean Hunt bowling a short wide ball, which rose a bit on Rees, and I think maybe just the difference in height with Sean Hunt as the left armour rather than Hudson Prentice, who's more of a skiddy right armour, possibly the one reason why Rees didn't clatter that away. And
he certainly tried.
He might have, yes, he did. He threw everything at it. He might have got a thin edge, but then there's every chance that edge would have gone over the top of the cordon anyway. Hunt in bowls and tapped into the offside by Rees, but he's not able to come through for a single. So it gives Hunt another chance this season with the absence of Carvelis, who is a huge loss. Actually, I'm talking about the production from Sussex's overseas seamers, but Carvelis has taken wickets aplenty this season. And for Hunt, his first-class match since the beginning of May. He's in now to bowl full, and it's driven away. Backward a square on the offside by Rees. It's not going to go to the boundary. It's going to be another one of those that's just going to stop dead a yard or so inside the rope. They're going to sprint back for a 3rd run, and again, that's really good running from Harry Kame.
Tom Clark.
What on earth was he doing?
I think he was trying to intercept the ball and just fell over. Now, there is a certain... I hope it isn't, for goodness sake. There was a member of the ground staff this morning. They have trouble with foxes and who defecate on the outfield here at Derby, and if you slip in some of that, you're in a whole heap of trouble. They try and remove as much of it as possible before a day's play, but you don't know. You know what it's like if your dog rolls in it. You don't want to be slipping over in it, but he fell to the floor, just about managed to get out of the way of the ball as it was returned to the wicketkeeper. Not pleasant. At 33 without loss, Harry Kame waits as Sean Hunt is on his way in and bowls to him, and he leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Ollie Carter. So 33 without loss means they're 67 behind Derbyshire, having faced 9 overs and 4 balls in their first innings. There will be about an hour's play left after this over is completed, unless we see some spin, which seems unlikely, if I'm honest, or unless the weather intervenes. But the sun is back with us as Hunt bowls to Kame. That was the perfect, absolutely perfect forward defensive from Harry Kame. Ball goes back towards the bowler. Yes, Gary, you would think that. Gary Charlesworth, Goose has got the most normal accent, he says. I wonder why you're saying that. As this next delivery is driven gloriously by Harry Kame. I'm not sure he's going to get 4 for it, though. It's being chased towards the boundary and it's slowing up, which allows Henry Crocombe to get to the ball. He's only going to get 2 for it, which rather tells you how slow the outfield is. Just a quick one at the end of the over, 35 without loss. Gary Charlesworth, I was referring to there, who sent me a message. Thank you very much for the chocolates, Gary, and I will endeavour to seek you out tomorrow, although I do have to make a sharp exit from the ground at some point tomorrow, not until play's finished. I'm going up to Carlisle tomorrow evening, and we'll be with Dominic Dietrich on Saturday up at Brunton Park, along with Eric Steele. So it would have been better if they hadn't booked a table for dinner at 7:30 tomorrow night, but 8:30 would have helped me out enormously, but it's not all about me, apparently. Sadly. An Adcat begins a new over. It's short and wide and hit away in front of square, a long way in front of square by Lewis Rees for a boundary. It's his 4th boundary, and he moves on to 25. 39 without loss, and it's all fairly plain sailing at the moment, isn't it?
It's not been, I mean, that, to be fair to him, that's about the first time a Nadcat has strayed, but in general, this has not been a particularly impressive bowling display so far from Sussex. Given what there is in the pitch, you would think, again, you just land it on the line. I know it's not as easy as that, but
put it in the right area. Put it in the right area.
Can't be bowling short and wide.
No, an Adcat ball, that's better. But he has been bowling well, defended by Rees up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Ali Orr. And again, there's no run. I've just got the weather forecast for tomorrow in my ears. I'll pass it on. Very similar to today. Not warm, apparently, but we knew that. And showers, but they're not saying it, of course. The weather forecaster would never say we've no idea where they're going to hit, but I think the general gist is they've no idea where they're going to hit. Don't tell anybody, though. An Adcat in and bowls to Rees, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump.
A very wide delivery, and again, to be honest, not on the length as well as on the line that he would be after. I wonder whether, well, I suspect we'll probably see Crocombe from that far end, and but maybe an Adcat will get a couple of wickets in the final 3 balls of the over. But so far, this is looking a little like the last over of an opening spell.
Debbie Griffin's been working hard. Brooke Guest, the first wicketkeeper to complete 7 dismissals in an innings this year in the UK. As an Adcat's next delivery is pushed into the offside by Lewis Rees. I'll have to nip off.
Yeah, well, it's certainly not something you see very often, and why it's always worth turning up to a day's cricket, because you never know what you're going to see, whether that be 7 catches by a keeper or a tractor towing a super supper. That was entertaining as well, especially when it started off trying to tow it, but super soppers don't really go sideways, so it sort of went off at a 45-degree angle from where it was intended to go, which is quite amusing. And Adcat bowls to Rees, who lets that one go through to the keeper. Who on earth would, I say it so often throughout the course of a, in inverted commas, summer, who on earth would be a member of the ground staff? The amount of stuff that you have to deal with, the hours, the weather conditions, and then when your equipment plays up on you as well in front of a number of people, it's not exactly great. But thankfully, we managed to get the super sopper off, and it seemed to have done most of its job. And Adcat to complete this 11th over, bowls and a forward defence from Rees. Ball goes straight out to the sun-hatted Coles in the covers, and there's no run. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16 for an Adcat in the opening spell, and with the exception of a couple of balls in that over, it's been a decent opening spell, but it, to be honest, he's not really looked like taking a flurry of wickets, put it that way. He might have managed to buy one, but it hasn't been a case of ball been flashing past outside edge every other delivery, that's for sure.
Martin Mason's been in touch from Michigan, or Michigan. I'm never sure which. Is it me? Sean Hunt begins and two over balls around the wicket to Harry Kane, who pushes it out into the offside. 80 degrees and sunny here in Michigan, he says, looking to FedEx. Other companies, courier companies are available. Some over there after the close of play today. Handled with gloves. He says, yeah, it'd be nice. It would be wrong if it was 80 degrees in September in England, but it would be nice just for a few days, I suppose. 39 without loss as Hunt bowls to Kane. It leaves one that leaps just back of a length and wide of off stump. And now umpire Baldwin's going to have a look and see where he's following through. Just one of those friendly warnings as Hunt. Ordinarily a bowler would ignore that, but he's walking backwards just to make sure that he can get off the danger area, the red zone, whatever they call it.
Well, given that Sussex are basically going to have to bat last, you would think now, if we can call it that on this, you wouldn't think he'd be particularly wanting to get close.
No, true. Hunt is in again, and there's a no ball. Bowled by Sean Hunt, signalled by Paul Baldwin, 41 without loss.
There's a bit of a problem that Hunt has, the old no ball problem.
He was probably wary of where he was going to run after he delivered the ball as well. And if you're thinking about too much, all of a sudden it can all go wrong for you, can't it? So you'll have to deliver that one again, the third ball of the 12th over. He's in now and bowls a full-length delivery that's he's basically dug out by Harry Kane, down to third man for 4 runs. That's remarkable that the ball has gone all the way to the boundary when they've middled a few and it hasn't got anywhere near the rope. But he's just basically lent his bat on that one and he's guided it down to third man. Kane moves on to 17, Derbyshire 45 without loss. And I'll just keep repeating it. It's so Derbyshire to have their best match of the season so far. We've only got 1 day left. Here is Hunt again. Bowls, and this time, I'm not sure if he was trying to leave it or not, but it went off the face of the bat straight into the ground towards third slip, who is Harrison Ward. And there's no run.
I mean, this is, I think, if I may say so from an outside perspective.
You may.
Well, I don't know. Sussex supporters may not like me saying this, but the frustration for me when I watch Hunt is he bowls a ball like that, and you think, you know, strongly built, left arm seamer, hit the pitch.
Which he does now, and Kane pushes that one out into the offside to Hudson Prentice.
Even off a full length like that, he's still hitting towards the top part of the bat. I said it wasn't a splice or anything, but he can get bounce, and if he just gets a little bit of movement, then it can produce those deliveries which can be very tricky to play. The frustrating part is the fact that there aren't enough deliveries in that area.
Yeah, not 6 in a row. It is a frustration of a lot of second division bowlers. This one is a full-length delivery on the pads and clipped away nicely to square leg for 4 runs by Harry Kane. And it's a no ball as well, just to chuck that into the mix. So Kane moves to 21, Derbyshire's 50's up. They are 51 without loss, and we're only in the 12th over.
Yeah, so this is now, well,
we're going along at 5.
Had 6 off that delivery, 10, 12 off this over, with still a ball to come, and 4 of those have been front foot issues. He does like to come round the wicket to the right-handers, Hunt, fairly early on. I just wonder if, just from the perspective of keeping the foot behind the line, whether he's going to have to switch to over the wicket.
Might be useful. Push the ball across the right hand. This one is defended by Kane. Back to Hunt, who's finished his 2nd over. The 2 overs have cost him 17, which is the same amount of runs as Hudson Prentice's 4 overs cost him, and 1 more than the 6 overs that Anadkat has sent down. He's going to have a rest now from the City end with Kane on 21 and Rees on 25 and Derbyshire on 51 without loss.
So time to have a bit of a look at Henry Crocombe. The first time, so the 4th bowler used by Sussex, and they could have at least manage to put some sort of a sugar coating for the bitter pill of having been bowled out for 100 if they manage to make some early inroads. But at the moment, I don't think the close of play can come soon enough with 14 overs left. And although some darker clouds came along, they seem to have shifted a little bit away, and we've got sunshine again at the moment. So who knows? Can Crocombe manage to find something to give Sussex supporters some, I'm sure, much required cheer at the end of this day, those that have managed to stick with us throughout the rain and the gloom. Crocombe is in to bowl, and there's a forcing shot attempted off the back foot by Rees, but it's stopped well in sprawling fashion away to his right-hand side by Hudson Prentice. The ball looped out towards backward point. Crocombe, whose 22nd birthday was yesterday, so at least I suppose he wasn't spoiled by going for a few with the ball, but this is left alone by Rees outside the off stump, so I'm sure they managed to have some sort of birthday celebration for him in whatever way cricketers are allowed to in the middle of a match, albeit no play through the first 2 days. But it does, I mean, again, you're talking, I can't remember who we were talking about this with, Pat Brown, that's right. It's remarkable how young Pat Brown is still. As Crocombe bowls on the money, and Rees taps it softly out towards point. Up comes Harrison Ward from the cordon to field. In fact, Crocombe's only 22. I mean, how many first-class games has he played now? This is his 31st. It's quite a lot of first-class games to have played for somebody who's only just turned 22. And you sort of forget just how young these players are. Crocombe in to bowl, and Rees sort of repeats the dose, really. This time gets a little bit more bat on it, but can't get a run out towards Coles, who's been removed from the cordon now. There's really been nothing to suggest that Sussex can afford to have 4 slips in. If they did that, then they'd probably find themselves behind the rate that Derbyshire have been going recently. They'd probably find themselves behind at the end of the day. Crocombe bowls. He's trying to turn that one into the leg side as Rees, and ball goes off, I think, just thigh pad out into the offside. So at the moment, this is more like what Sussex need, and as I say, there's every reason to believe the pitch wouldn't perhaps do quite as much as it did up front this morning. There's less moisture around in general. There's been some sunshine on the pitch now to help dry it a bit, but still think Crocombe's shown even in this over, if you just land it on the spot, you can cause some problems. This is a little straight this time, and Rees will get a couple of runs here as he tucks it away towards backward square leg. Hunt round to field. Nasty angle for Carter to have to take that throw in from staring straight into the sun. And 2 runs are taken, 53 without loss. Well, yeah, I mean, I can still remember the first time I came here. Sun stopped play.
Yes.
After we'd had rain all morning, and then having got rid of that, yes, reverse square, sun stopped play towards the end.
They had it in a televised game in the T20 once. I'm sure it was against Lancashire, which I think was the final straw. Big sheets of metal on cranes trying to protect the batsmen and all sorts of nonsense, but it never really worked. Sean Hunt bowling his 3rd over. That one's left alone by Harry Kane to go through to Ollie Carter. Good news for Burton Albion fans. There's always good news for Burton Albion fans. I'm sure you'd agree with me there. Max Crocombe, speaking of Henry Crocombe, but Max Crocombe, their goalkeeper, is coming on live this evening on Sports Scene at 6. Stand by for about 20 past 6, that kind of time. I'm not suggesting you leave us, but he's a very articulate young man, Max Crocombe. Hunt bowls, and it's a check drive from Harry Kane that's stopped by Sean Hunt in his follow-through. So it's a relatively unusual name, isn't it, Crocombe? But Max Crocombe in goal for Burton Albion and Harry Crocombe here. Max is a New Zealand international, or has been. I assume he'd still be available now, should he be called upon. Top man. Hunt bowls around the wicket. That's driven again by Harry Kane, but this time it goes straight to the man at mid-off, who is Henry Crocombe. That's as many times as I've said Crocombe in a 1 minute spell.
And I'm going to say it a couple more times.
Excellent.
Well, I looked up the name origin, and I don't like this. It says it comes from an area called Crocombe with a W and an E.
Oh, yeah.
In the parish of Somerset.
Oh, dear. Next delivery is driven. That's better from Harry Kane. He's got plenty of bat on that. It's racing away to the extra cover boundary for 4. Crocombe gives chase, but he's never going to catch that. Nice shot from Kane. He moves on to 25 with his 4th boundary. And Derbyshire are up to 57 without loss in the 14th over. Still 12 to go after this one. So in fine fettle at the moment, Derbyshire. Another half-century stand between these two. They've had a number of century stands as well. They had a triple century stand against Glamorgan when they batted the entirety of day 4 of the county championship match here. To save the game. As Hunt is in over the wicket, bowls to Kane, who pushes out the ball. It bounces into the ground and past the off stump. False shot. I think it's a good idea for Crocombe to go over the wicket. Try to push the ball across the right-hander.
It was an odd one. Was it toe end of the bat?
Well, I couldn't work out how he got it where he got it, given the shot that he tried to play initially.
It was right off the toe end of the bat and into the ground. Yeah.
Bounced up quite high. Could have gone anywhere, of course. But when your luck's in or out, it's in or out. Here is Hunt again, and that one is defended by Kane. Couple of balls. I don't know, that's the end of the over. I was going to say, I thought there was a signal from Paul Baldwin. Two balls to go, but we've had 14. Crocombe's bowled. Crocombe, it wasn't bowling. Hunter's bowled 3 overs for 21. And Derbyshire with Kane on 25 and Rees on 27 are 57 without loss.
Oh, well, Worcestershire have been bowled out. It doesn't look as if Hose is coming back. So Worcestershire have been bowled out for 313. So only two batting points for them. So they've fallen short at the potential to... They will, because I suspect Yorkshire will at least draw that game at Grace Road, probably, although you can't count out the mighty Foxes.
No, running, leaping, or whatever they're doing these days.
Crocombe bowls to Rees, he looks to drive, doesn't time it. He's examining the bottom part of his bat. Now the ball goes out into the covers in a rather unwelcome sight of quite a large
blue bottle
fly just dropping down.
Horrible.
From absolutely nowhere.
Must have come in through that window, surely.
Dreadful item.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of. I know you're not a big fan of moths, as we discovered.
No, I don't love moths. No.
At Bristol, but I don't like flies.
Well, they just annoy me, mostly.
Flies are very irritating.
Crocombe round the wicket. He's tried to leather that one through the offside. As Rees on the cut shot. It's not for the first time. He's not managed to connect. Well, in previous attempts, he'd not managed to connect the way that he would have liked. That time, he doesn't connect at all, and it goes through to Carter. Well, Yorkshire 112 for 1 at Grace Road. They've lost Bean for 43, breaking 112 run opening stand. Ben Code has been sent in as a night watchman. Magnificent. Crocombe is in, and that's worked to mid-on by Rees calmly.
It seldom works.
Yeah, Code's been in quite good form with the bat as well. Actually, in some ways, you would think Code has done so well down the order that would you actually want to take the potential for him to play his natural game at, whatever, 10? I suppose he'd be batting in this one. Don't know. Anyway, doesn't probably won't matter. Yorkshire lead by 35. Crocombe bangs one in short. It's been miscued in the air, and it lands short of Ibrahim at mid-wicket. And again, when it's running your way, it just seems to just continue. It hasn't been one thing, it's been the other for Sussex today. It was a decent bounce at that from Crocombe.
Yeah, the way he shaped up for the shot, Ibrahim's first reaction would have been to move back. So, of course, when all his weight's going backwards, and then he cloths it towards him, and he has to shift his weight forward.
Crocombe races in, bowls, and just dabbed down towards third slip, or just wide of third slip for Ward to field.
The only cricket going on now is in the second division, here and at Leicester and at New Road in Worcester.
The way it should be.
Well, yeah, they're hardened cricketers, aren't they? They're not these cosseted first division cricketers. Go off at the first sign of a bit of drizzle.
Well, they're all, I mean, as far as county cricket is concerned, they're all in the north. Worcestershire as well.
Worcestershire in the north?
Well, in the North Group of the blast, aren't there? There's a short ball, and Rees pulls away towards backward square. He's not got a great deal of bat on it, but this time it was perfectly safe. So Crocombe decided to see whether he would take on the short ball, which he did, 2 more runs.
Greatest of respect. I would suggest that they're all in the Midlands at best, really. I mean, I laugh about Derbyshire being in the north. I sort of regard it as being the north, but it's the East Midlands, Derbyshire, Leicestershire, and almost West Midlands, Worcestershire. So,
yes. No, I think if you draw a population line, I saw that once. Worcester is north of that in terms of the. Obviously, London skews it massively, but Worcester is technically in the north as far as population is concerned.
And you're right, they are in the North Group. We do play them a lot.
That is why my mind went there to start with, because of course everybody knows the weather's better in the north.
Yeah, usually a bit further north than here, though, isn't it? 59 without loss. Sean Hunt beginning his 4th over, left alone. First delivery by Harry Kane. And there is no run. 11 overs, including this one, left in the day's play now. And the sun is out. The lights remain on, of course, but the sun is out. So that's good news as far as getting the rest of the day's play in. And when you look to the west, it looks fairly pleasant now. If you look to the east, you don't want to be living there. You don't want to be living there anyway, on that side of the country, I always think. Hunt bowls. That's edged and dropped at third slip. That's a tricky chance, really, really low down. It wasn't the easiest of chances by any manner of means, and Harrison Ward couldn't hold on. And Harry Kane has a life on 25. Sharp chance, though.
Yes, sharp, but probably a chance that, given the situation, and given that Sussex desperately needs something, at least to raise morale, he thought really wanted to take.
Hunt's next delivery is left alone by Harry Kane to go through to the keeper. Yeah, low down to his right. Really low down to his right. Harrison Ward, he's still trying to admonish himself now. And he's just got to put it to the back of his mind and crack on, as does Sean Hunt, who turns at the top of his mark. He's in now over the wicket and bowling to Kane, who leaves this one alone. Dan Ibrahim looks to me as though he's the sort of Wayne Madsen of the Sussex fielding side. Every delivery looks like it's about to take a wicket for Dan.
Now, there's one in basically every side.
Yes,
I think of those.
Yeah. He's almost the man who maintains the morale by going, this is a really good spell, this. Whether it is or whether it isn't. As Hunt is in and bowls, and that one is off the legs, possibly a no bat. They're going to go through for 1 leg by in the end, and it's bless him, Ollie Carter in all his paraphernalia behind the stumps goes and chases the ball down. 1 leg by signalled. Derbyshire move up to 60 without loss. The Blaze, who I was going to say preface, but that comes before, doesn't it? Suffix with the phrase, who represent the East Midlands, even though they're based somewhere else other than Derby, through to the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy final. They beat the South East Stars by 8 wickets at Beckenham in the Eliminator.
Just about managed to get enough cricket there.
Good news. It was nominally a home game for the Blaze, apparently.
Yes.
A full-length delivery from Hunt is dug out by Rees. Final ball of the Hunt over. 4 overs for 21. His figures now: Derbyshire came 25, Rees 29, 60 without loss.
Yeah, I'm pleased for them because they dominated the early stages of the group stage and then just had a wobble at the last, and Southern Vipers did what they always seem to do, which is if they just need something to happen, either they'll do it themselves or everything will just conspire to make sure that everything goes their way. They're that team. Every league seems to have one of those teams. It always feels as though Hampshire, actually, who are part of the Southern Vipers region, it always feels as if Hampshire are like that, especially come T20 time. Crocombe starts a new over, ball's full and straight, and that's played up the pitch.
The report that I've been sent by email, which we all get, obviously, from the Reporters Network, it says that it was switched to Beckenham because of no suitable venues in the East Midlands, which I find slightly surprising. They're not playing at Trent Bridge, are they?
Yes, that was surprising.
Which is where they're apparently based.
An answer to
No, and there's another paragraph which you'll thoroughly enjoy. I'll tell you about it after this over.
Await with anticipation. Here comes Crocombe, bowls, and on the pads of Came, turns it down towards fine leg. It's fielded there by Hunt, and they'll come through for 161 without loss.
It's the kind of paragraph that does the women's game no favours at all. It says, eventually, with no PA announcer on hand, the revised target was revealed on Twitter. And that's not ideal for an elite women's competition elimination game, if I'm entirely honest with you.
Lord. Crocombe in round the wicket bowling and driven into the ground by Rees. It bounds up to mid-off. There's no run, or does the fielding.
I'm sure there's a reason they wouldn't have played at Trent Bridge. I can't, unless England are playing Ireland at Trent Bridge anytime soon. But could they not have played there? I mean,
I'm not sure. I mean, I saw the first line about no venues, and I just sort of in my head, before I'd looked at the fixture list, had assumed that Notts were playing at Trent Bridge, but apparently not. Crocombe in, and that's worked towards mid-on by
they're at Old
Rees.
Trafford,
There's no run.
Yeah,
exactly.
Trafford.
So
Let's see if one of England's forthcoming games is at Trent Bridge, and if it is, if that was the reason. In fact, they're playing there on Saturday. England's men on Saturday. It's currently Thursday.
Well, I suppose there are regulations about playing on a ground number of days before the international, I think.
Yes, I think you're right.
ECB-wise. Crocombe bowls and a back foot punch from Rees will find the hands of Hudson Prentice at backward point.
I mean, in all honesty, if they tried to play it at one of the grounds, the outgrounds that either Leicestershire use or in Nottinghamshire play at Welbeck and Derbyshire play at Chesterfield, they probably wouldn't have played given the amount of rain we've had in the last 2 days. So
it has. That's exactly what. Before the Trent Bridge issue came to mind, I was thinking, well, yes, okay, at least Beckenham is still an outground, but I think it does drain pretty well there. It always seems to be pretty dry. This is short from Crocombe. He's banged another one in, hoping to catch Rees out, but this time he's got plenty of it and pulls it away through a wide, long leg for 4. And that is the end of the over. 65 without loss. You can kind of understand, given that he had a bit of joy with the short ball earlier on, Crocombe, the last ball of the over, he might fancy an effort ball, but it hasn't worked. And so far, very little has worked for Sussex today. I'm afraid the bat, it was not a performance that they will remember. And so far, with the ball, they've not bowled with the same accuracy and penetration as Derbyshire did, and in some ways he almost felt the dropped catch coming before it did, because when it's one of those days, it is one of those days.
New over begins from Sean Hunt, wide of the off stump, left alone by Harry Kame. I don't appear to be in the 6 o'clock news. Thanks, everybody.
I think I'm done for the day.
Are you?
Because at 5:30 didn't materialise, so I think I'm in the clear.
Just had a couple of messages from Dominic, who's will be with me. We'll be commentating on Derby County's game at Carlisle on Saturday, along with Eric Steele as Hunt bowls, and that one's gone straight up in the air off Harry Kame's bat. He's going to be caught at mid-wicket, and he is caught at mid-wicket, and that is a very tame end to Harry Kame's innings. It was a straightforward catch for Ali Orr in the end. And Sean Hunt picks up his first wicket and Sussex's first wicket. Harry Kame goes for 26, and Derbyshire are 65 for 1.
Yeah, not the prettiest bit of cricket all round, it has to be said. It wasn't an absolutely devastating bouncer from Hunt, but maybe just that little bit of extra lift that Hunt can get from his height just caused Game. I say just caused him to miscue it, caused him to miscue it completely. And as you say, it was a simple catch, albeit given the way that it's gone, there was just one moment where I thought, has he moved too close?
Yeah, they've left it for each
close
other.
enough. Yeah, has he moved close enough to that? Hang on. In the end, no issues with the catch. And at last, from Sussex's point of view, they've got a wicket, and I'm sure that wicket will mean a large amount to Sean Hunt. Opportunity to get back into the side and claim a wicket.
I'm just happy to say that they haven't sent out a night watchman. Brooke Guest has come out, as you would expect him to have done at 3, who took 7 catches earlier today. Only the second Derbyshire player to take 7 catches on this ground. Bob Taylor being the other, and only the third Derbyshire wicketkeeper to take 7 catches anywhere. Harvey Hussain and Bob both did it away from home as well. So congratulations to Brooke Guest once again, who's had a very good season again behind the stumps. Picked up 6 catches at Scarborough in the game before last as well in one innings, so he's racking them up as the season comes to an end. Always good to leave them wanting more. Finish on a high, etc., etc. Hunt, third ball of his over. 4 slips in place for Brooke Guest now. Hunt bowls and Guest leaves alone outside the off stump. Derbyshire trailing by just 35 runs now. I'm not sure they'll manage to get parity by the close. They might do. 8.5 overs left of the day's play, which is about the right number for me to seamlessly do my end of play interview with Chris Coles on Sports Scene and then go off and speak to, we think, Zach Chappell after his 4-wicket haul earlier. Sam Connor's picking up 4 as well as Hunt is in, and that one is turned by Brooke Guest off his pads from in front of the stumps for his first run down to, well, it's sort of long leg, but it isn't long leg because it didn't get anywhere near long leg because an ad cat came in from long leg to field it, but you know where I mean. There isn't a name for that particular bit of the field. I've no idea why there's no name.
It's funny, isn't it?
Everywhere else is covered, even with a straight this and a short that, but you can't call it a short long leg because that's just nonsense.
Surely, in the Bodyline series, they must have had a fielder there back when you could have unlimited fielders.
Yeah, I think you should still be allowed to have them. That one is defended now, but you can only have 2 bouncers and over, so it's almost
imagine the Ashes this summer with unlimited fielders behind square on the leg side. Good grief. Hacked pull shot after hacked pull shot already. Getting the thresher out to try and scythe it over the
like
top.
Like a windmill motion with your bat and hope it just hits some part of it. As Hunt bowls to Rees. He clips that one into the mid-wicket region, and just for a moment there was a bit of hesitation between the batsmen. However, there was a little bit of hesitation between the fielders, James Coles and Henry Crocombe. So they got through for a comfortable single in the end, and Rees picks up a single. He moves on to 34. He's pinched the strike as well.
I do always like a bit of that type of bowling.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
I mean, it's good fun. You see somebody trying to be aggressive and bang the ball in every ball, and every ball's an event. It's one of those sorts of things where you know something's going to happen one way or another. Crocombe starts a new over, a little over pitched, and Rees is onto the drive, picks the gap between point and cover, but once they work out who's going to field the ball, and actually in the end they both do a little bit of it, they will keep it to 2, 69 for 1.
Stephen Pavey's been in touch, and apologies for missing this email, Stephen. He sent it in a good while ago, actually. He said he was listening to us this morning, and the name Albert came up. I missed most of the rest of the discussion as I couldn't watch Sussex's dreadful batting performance. A search on the internet shows one Albert Trott.
Oh, yes.
Born in 1873, died 1914. His Wikipedia page is a good read, especially the paragraph 3.
Crocombe is in. It's full and kept out by Rees. He's not going to get a single there because he's hit it too close to Coles at cover.
of the section cricket career in England, and one of his nicknames was Albatrot, which he thinks is nice. He says, if the multitudes of your fan club, I haven't got one of those, have already written about him, then I was a bit slow on the uptake.
I should have thought it. I think he's one of those cricketers that's played for both Australia and England in the early days.
I'm going to look up his Wikipedia page now.
Crocombe bustles in round the wicket bowls, and they'll take a quick single here, which is well judged, with an Adcat coming in from mid-on. One of those cheeky singles that you take to a fast bowler, but wouldn't have taken to
I had a fine moustache, Albert Trott.
I should hope so, playing
Yes.
in those days.
Right, cricket career in Australia, cricket career in England, so you might be right.
1880s, 1890s.
Yeah, played for Australia in 1895 and England in 1899. You're good. You are good.
Here goes Crocombe in over the wicket, and it's pushed at quite firmly by Brooke Guest outside his off stump. The sort of shot which, I mean, not quite as firmly, it has to be said, as the way that Sussex were going at the ball first thing this morning, but did just extend that bat out away from his body and poked it into the leg side.
Of course, he's the only player to have reputedly hit the ball over the pavilion at Lord's.
Oh,
the ball hit.
Now, see, if I were good, I would have remembered that.
Yeah, I've heard the story.
Yeah.
I've heard the story.
Dear. Here goes Crocombe, well wide of off stump, and Guest doesn't offer a shot.
31st of July 1899 off the bowler Monty Noble. The ball hit a chimney and fell into the garden outside at the house of Philip Need, the Lord's dressing room attendant. They'd been playing for the MCC and Ground against the Australians. The MCC side also included W.G. Grace and Ranjit Singh. Noble took revenge when Trott was dismissed shortly afterwards, caught off a top edge at third man.
Oh, glorious dismissal. Crocombe into bowl. That's tapped wide of a sprawling Coles in the cordon, and Hudson Prentice has gone into one of the lengthier slides of a man who was travelling at around about half a mile an hour, and they've managed to take just the single, I think, in the end. 70 for 1, he says, looking slightly uncertainly, because Guest is still on 1, and he's definitely got 2, but anyway,
Yes.
sorts itself out.
So I'm more interested in Albert Trott,
me
if
too.
I'm entirely honest. He was one of the finest all-rounders of the time, but he put on weight and lost mobility, apparently, so he couldn't bowl the very fast ball that was so deadly in his early years. He took 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings, which has only been repeated once in first-class cricket since.
Great.
And that was in a benefit match in 1907, as Sean Hunt begins a new over from the racecourse end. The first ball is wide of the off stump and allowed to go through to the keeper by Guest, who is indeed on 271 for 1. However, the early end to the match meant that he did not raise as much money for him as it might have done, and he is said to have remarked that he had bowled himself into the poorhouse.
Ah,
So, yeah, sad really.
gosh.
He wasn't a well man. He wrote his will on the back of a laundry ticket. Here is brilliant. Here is Sean Hunt, who bowls to, there's an even better sentence coming up, bowls to Brooke Guest, and that's defended. He wrote his will on the back of a laundry ticket, leaving his wardrobe and £4 to his landlady. Shortly afterwards, one day before the 15th anniversary of his famous strike over the pavilion at Lord's, he shot himself in Willesden Green. That is a sad, sad end. But thank you, Stephen. That's opened up a whole new world. In goes Hunt and bowls to Guest, who clips that into the leg side nicely. The fielder at mid-wicket dives but can't stop it, and as a result, they're going to pick up a couple of runs as Dan Ibrahim is forced to go and fetch it. Is it Alior? Yes, it is, at mid-wicket. And 2 more to the total. Brooke Guest, 3.
Yes, they came back for an
Beg
extra
your
one on the
pardon,
arm.
I didn't see the one on the arm. Guest moves on to 5, and Derbyshire is 74 for 1.
You know me well enough by now to know that I'll be going back to the hotel and seeing if I can dig out any more cricketers called Albert
Oh,
at some
well, I
point
hope you
this evening.
can.
And the part I love most about this is this is for a cricketer who's not even playing in the game.
Yes, yeah. No, it's cricket is marvellous. Hunt is in and bowls to Rees, who doesn't really time that one. It comes up a bit of a leading edge out into the offside as he tries to drive it. Ali Orr does the fielding. And there's no run. I was said to Griff, because Griff puts a lot of on this days and that kind of thing out on his Twitter feed. Again, I urge you, D. Griffin Picks. If you don't follow him, you should. A lot of listeners from a Derbyshire perspective will follow me. He tweets about all sorts of things and stats and everything. But I said to him this morning that I much prefer the really old stuff. You know, the players who played around the end of the 18th and end of the 19th century, rather, as that one is clipped nicely into the leg side by Lewis Rees. They might come back for 2 here. They are going to come back for 2 here. Oh, no, they're not. Lewis Rees didn't fancy the second on the arm of James Coles. I think he might have got there. The throw just came up a bit short in the end, but Rees sent Guest back, and he moves on to 38.75 for 1.
I suppose they felt they had to budget for the miracle throw from Coles that somehow, and it would have been an extraordinary effort to have hit the stumps from that position.
Well, he barely got to the ball and had to turn 180 degrees before throwing it. But anyway, they're both still there, and that's all that matters, really. They're 25 behind Derbyshire as Hunt bowls to Guest, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run. Chief Executive Ryan Duckett speaking to somebody in a Mini over on the far side of the ground. Somebody on their way home. He's probably trying to persuade them to come back tomorrow. Don't forget, come back tomorrow. There's another day. Last day of cricket at the Incora County Ground tomorrow. Well, certainly first-class cricket. I'm not sure there's anything else. That was the end of the over, incidentally. 6 to go. 75 for 1. Guest has 5. Rees has 38. We're going to see another change in the bowling, are we? I believe we are.
It's a great name for a limerick, as we discovered earlier on this summer. Did you see that? What? Limerick Duckett.
Well, no, I didn't.
Did you? Jim Maxwell read out.
What popped into? How did
Absolutely.
that pop into your head?
Just because you said Duckett, didn't you?
I don't think so.
The chief executive.
Oh, yes, Ryan Duckett. I'm thinking of Ben Duckett. But yeah, Ryan, no relation.
I thought I just completely made that up.
No, you're right.
Right, Ibrahim is into the attack, and this is cut and not timed out to cover by Rees.
Calling you out for just suddenly saying a name
just
and
suddenly
suggesting there's a good limerick about him.
Well, yeah.
No, you're right. I did say Ryan Duckett.
It was one of my moments of the summer, that when Jim Maxwell read out that limerick. You'll have to try and search for it on Twitter, because the Test Match Special posted the video of him reading it out.
He is brilliant.
Absolutely superb.
Absolutely brilliant.
Ibrahim round the wicket bowls, and this is well-eed by Rees on the cut shot through backward point, and it sails away to the boundary rope for 4.
I'm not ashamed to say that the highlight of my entire time covering Derbyshire since 2016 was the Australian game in 19, which we covered, and sitting where you're sitting now was the man himself, and it was just wonderful, absolutely wonderful to have Jim Maxwell here. He was still in the early stages, really, of his recovery from that stroke that he had, but he read out a poem. He recited a poem. He didn't read it out at all. It was in his head. It was remarkable.
Here's Ibrahim in the late evening sun, and this is driven by Rees, but finds the hands of mid-off.
And he did it exactly as you would expect him to do it, in that it wasn't his over to commentate on, because we were doing it like we do a county game, I think, from memory. So you'd commentate, and bits of the poem would sneak out, and I made sure that they managed to sort of sew them all together back at base.
Ibrahim in round the wicket bowling, and Rees plays this into the leg side, or will jog, pardon me, Crocombe will jog across from mid-wicket to field.
But he is a top man, very generous. And it was good to hear his voice again in the summer.
Indeed. Yes, it's not really an Ashes without Jim Maxwell. Absolutely hilarious man.
We had Jeff Lemon as well, he was good.
In comes Ibrahim and bowls. This is driven away, and a tumbling stop is made up at mid-off. I think that is, or indeed it is. Nice piece of fielding there to keep it down to a dot. Yes, certainly the future of Australian broadcasting is in safe hands.
Well, as if they picked Jack Lemon. Just 21 behind now.
5 overs left after this ball. Ibrahim bowls it, and
That'll
well, exactly, short and wide again. And Ibrahim certainly not of a pace. It's going to allow him to get away with that. So 2 boundaries in the over for Rees, who moves within 4 of a half century. Derbyshire 83 for 1.
Yes, that will help enormously to get towards parity. Anyway, thanks to Stephen Pavey for his email. If anybody's got anything else, you know how to get in touch. FletchCricket@gmail.com. Fletch Sport, all the usual nonsense. I don't know if you...
Well, no, if you're a Sussex supporter, then send it to, because I don't have access to
So,
Adrian Harms' usual email address. So send it to there, because I won't be able to pick it up.
I know there's a lot of you out there who send messages to Adrian, so...
yes, I'm sure there will be several who've sent messages in today anyway, but unfortunately I can't access it.
We don't have access to his email, so FletchCricket@gmail.com, or any one of the emails that I've got. There's one on my Twitter bio as well. You can send it to that. And Adcat is back. 6 overs for 16 from the City end in his first spell. He's now bowling from the racecourse end, and the first ball is defended by Brooke Guest out into the offside. And there is no run. It's almost like an attempt by Sussex to make sure that Derbyshire don't draw level with them by bringing an Adcat back on to bowl.
Here's another one for you as far as an Adcat goes, as far as records that nobody wants to look up, but they're intrigued about. His first 2 test matches came 12 years and 6 days apart.
And he bowls now to Brooke Guest, who sets off for a quick single, and the single is well taken as Sean Hunt has to move around to his right to pick the ball up, and he's left-handed, of course. So that was well judged by Brooke Guest, who moves on to 684 for 1. That is a lengthy... Especially between the first and second.
Exactly.
Yes, I was going to say sometimes. I mean, Brian Close was brought back after many years, wasn't he, in the mid-70s to face the West Indies. I'm not sure it was quite that long between innings, but it wouldn't have been far off. I don't think, off the top of my head. Rees waits, and Adcat bowls to. Oh, and he almost takes the edge. That's a terrific delivery from an Adcat. Just enough bounce and a little bit of movement, and if you put it in there, I'm not saying it again, but it's so true, isn't it? And the Derbyshire bowlers, who, with the greatest respect to them, haven't always put it in the right areas, certainly did today, even if some of those right areas were the wrong areas because the batsmen sort of gave their wickets away, but they weren't spraying it around and bowling it halfway down the track and being smashed to all parts, which has happened on occasion. When they've lost sessions, they've lost them badly. Rees turns this next delivery from an Adcat into the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, the previous ball was almost one of those which you almost think, walking back to your mark, that's actually too good.
Yeah, it's unplayable, an unplayable delivery.
I don't want it to be as good as that.
What's the point of putting that much effort in? Another plane heads into the... storm, the eye of a storm to the south of us.
Going to need the torch walking back this evening, I think.
Yeah, he walked here, did he?
Yes, right to walk.
Very impressive. Catch me doing that.
All the Sussex players.
No, you just hop on the bus and Adcat Rees turns this next and Adcat delivery into the leg side once again. There's no run.
I suspect I might get a few weird looks, but I did leave the hotel basically at the same time as the Sussex
get
players.
A few weird looks most of the time.
Yes,
though,
that's true. Yes,
surely they won't be any,
used to it, but
it won't be any different in Derby.
Okay, I should have. Well, actually, I was going to say unfriendly looks, but I'm definitely even more used to those.
Well, they're friendly people in Derby. You go past a couple of good pubs actually if you walk back
it's good pubs everywhere in Derby.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I'm not a regular goer-outer in Derby, and Adcat bowls. That's down the leg side. It's clipped away nicely by Lewis Rees, and he's going to pick up a boundary. Down towards fine leg. The man in the far distance, Dan Ibrahim, was at long leg rather than fine leg, and 5 runs off the over. 88 for 1, and it's a half century for Lewis Rees off just 66 deliveries, which is a decent effort. So he's gone on at a fair lick, and of course, he is by some distance the highest scorer, individual scorer in the match. 23 earlier from Finn Hudson-Prentice and 31 from Tom Clark. His only real opposition, there was only one other batsman reached double figures. That was Ali Orr, who made 10. Derbyshire 88 for 1.
Yeah, and I think he's played well as Rees, but I can think of at least 3 or 4 other opportunities that he was walking away from and going, oh, I could have clattered that away. And I think it just shows you that Sussex have not, in general, had their lines and lengths right. Ibrahim starts a new over. That's on the pads, whipped down towards fine leg, and I can't see the ball, but I can hear the smash of ball on board. So another 4.
I can't imagine that Paul Farbrace, who is standing immediately behind the pitch now, down below us with a couple of other members of the backroom staff from Sussex, is massively impressed.
No, and he's had some tricky interviews, I think, a few times this season, not just in the past week, but there was that time when I think earlier on this season, Sussex were -5 on their over rate. Ibrahim bowls a little bit squared up there, is Guest, and plays to mid-off. I mean, in general, they've had the sort of season where they could quite easily have won another 4 games, maybe, even as many as that. They've come that close. And it has been, and again, people who watch Sussex day in, day out might say different, but as somebody who hasn't, it seems to have been a massive leap forward in the Championship this season. As in goes Ibrahim and bowls. Again, it's drifting on to leg stump, and Guest turns it away firmly through mid-wicket for what will be 2 runs. Slightly awkward-looking slide is made there. 94 for 1, so just 6 runs behind now, Derbyshire. But yeah, they will have had many days like this season. As I say, it's the lowest score of the season. Sussex, yes.
Well, Derbyshire haven't had any like this either.
I wasn't going to talk for Derbyshire, but
no.
Yeah, Sussex's lowest score of the season in terms of batting, and I think I'm right in saying it was only the 2nd time they've been bowled out for less than 200. Ibrahim bowls and a forward defence from Guest back to the bowler. But then, not only that, but they would have really hoped and, I suspect, expected to have come out and made some sort of inroads with the ball. I don't think you were ever going... Really, when you get bowled out for 100, you're never really expecting to have a low first innings deficit, but they would have hoped to have had him 4 or 5 down, I'm sure, by this point. Ibrahim hangs one outside off stump, and Guest lets it go.
Well, if we don't have any weather tomorrow, let's hope we don't, Derbyshire could sort of declare mid-afternoon.
Yeah, or even at lunch.
Yeah, have a go.
Just get Sussex batting.
Because you've got another innings as insurance. So this game perhaps isn't as dead as it appeared when we started at 10:30 this morning, which was remarkable in itself, given the amount of rain that we've had.
Well, Sussex are going to be under some pressure at some point now, you would feel. Ibrahim is in, it's worked into the leg side, attempted to be worked by Guest. I'm not exactly sure what that's come off, because the angle is just at the wrong point for me to see, but it's looped up short on the leg side, either off the high part of the bat, glove or body. And for the 2nd time, the umpires are coming together to have a bit of a chat. The light doesn't seem to be dreadful, but...
We'll carry on. No, we're going off.
Well, that's it then.
Yeah.
3 overs remaining. There's no chance that we'll get back. I don't think, really, either Sussex or Derbyshire will care too much at that point. Sussex just want to get off the field after what has been a rough day. Bowled out for 100, and just the 1 wicket in reply, and scoring pretty free for Derbyshire as well. One of those days where you would not have believed that both sides were batting on the same surface.
No, and it can happen, can't it?
Yep.
It can happen. Lewis Rees with 50, Brooke Guest with 12, and Harry Kane with 26 have helped Derbyshire to get to 94 for 1 earlier on today. As I've just mentioned, Tom Clark 31, 23 from Finn Hudson-Prentice, and 10 from Ali Orr, the only batsman to get into double figures as Sussex were bowled out for 100. 4 wickets apiece for Sam Connors and Zach Chappell. 3 for Anuj Dahlia, bowled nicely. 2 for 3. Anuj Dahl's figures. And Brooke Guest, the first wicketkeeper to take 7 dismissals in a match this year in the UK at first-class level, presumably. So congratulations to Brooke Guest. the umpires are going to remove the stumps now.
Just as the sun's come out.
Rather suggests that that is the end of that, although Paul Farbrace is out there. So too Neil Godrich, and the covers are coming around. I think the covers are going to go on, and just waiting for final confirmation. Yes, that kind of announcement comes when play is over for the day.
Only 3 overs left. You'll have lost basically 1 already. By the time they come back out, you'll have lost another one.
So myself and Ed Seaborn will be back tomorrow. We have to be, because that's the part of the deal, really. I'm looking forward to tomorrow to see where it goes, and it could go somewhere. You never know. I imagine that Paul Farbrace is saying, "What did you do to the pitch in between innings, Neil?" The answer, of course, is roll it with a heavy roller and nothing else. And that is the end of the day's play. So Derbyshire 94 for 1 in their first innings, having bowled Sussex out for 100. Sussex have a 6-run lead. But you can't imagine that's going to last too long tomorrow morning, as long as the weather holds. And if it does, we'll be back with you at 10:30 in the morning. Thanks for your company today. Thank you, Ed.